want to. So I did. And then I got tested finally. And yeah, I had a doctor that he was, they're like, well, we don't know at all what's wrong with you, but we know this.
We don't know all that's wrong with you.
Well, because I don't spell phonetically. I cannot for the life of me get,
There we go. We are live.
yeah, I cannot get the phonics thing down, so I can't spell right. I
Right.
spell, and so that makes me not be able to read. So for a long, I mean, seriously, for a long time, I was afraid of words. I was like just when I got in the late stage of my life, I'm like, okay, I can read fairly well now.
You're
So
like,
I
hey,
just realized,
hey.
yeah, yeah. And the funny thing was, I lived with my mom. Was like, hey, mom, how do you spell this? And she'd throw a dictionary at me, look it up.
You're like,
What?
well, if I could spell it to look it up.
Right. I'm right. What part of your kid has problems with this particular? Do you not understand? I asked my mom that last last year. I'm like, why did you tell me to look shit up when you know I can't look shit up? And she's like, huh? I'm
What?
like, mom. Yeah, I'm like, mom. You know, you had me diagnosed. Did you not? Did you not put that together? She's like, no, I not till this question right now. I'm like, 47 years of my life, and you just now figured this out?
Way to go. Mom of the year, yo.
Drop the ball. Well, her argument for everything was, well, I took children's behavioral development science in college,
How'd that
so I
work
know.
for you?
Yeah, so I know how to parent. Yeah, exactly. How'd that work for you, mom? Oh no, how'd that work for me? Yeah.
Well, I could testify how it worked for me.
But yeah, it manifests in so weird ways. That's why I'm happy for audio, man. I'm like, yeah, give me audiobooks.
How to make this look more real, so not so clean as it comes from Nanomesh.
I got a really big screen.
How to make the body look soft. Okay. Well, we
Did
will
someone actually submit like questions along with their
Yeah.
piece?
Yeah.
Wow.
I know, right? Look at that.
Neat.
That's awesome.
All right. Well, hello, kind and gentle folk. I assume that we have started here. Hold on, let me get that so I can see chat. Come on. Well, ZBrush is. Hold on. Redonkulous. Okay, there we go. So now we need to tap that, tap that. Really? OBS. My little window's up. Now we need to go ZBrush. Come on. I don't think I've ever had an intro that's smooth, have I? Not once. I don't think.
That's just your style, man. We like it.
I'm glad someone does. Makes me nuts. Okay, so there's that. Shoop. Shoop. All right, there we go. Hello, everybody. Once again, sorry, I'm always just a disaster. Oh, for God's sake. There we go. Why is that not working? Let's go down. Move it. No, move it up. There we go. Now that little bar is not interrupting with anything. Hello. So we have critiques. So anyone out there who wants to upload a critique, there is a file there. If you want to talk, go to the Discord, and that'll allow us to discuss your thingy-mabobs. Or is anyone here who uploaded? Is Chris here or?
Yes, yes.
Chris is
Chris
here.
is here.
Hello, Chris. How are we doing, sir?
Yeah, I'm on Discord. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I'm very good, thank you.
Good.
Cool. Do you get my accent isn't a problem?
Nope, your accent is no problem. I can understand. All right. And you say your scales were nano meshed on? Or micro meshed? Or micro polyed?
Yeah, I made nano.
Nano.
The profile is a special pattern to make it overlap.
Yeah. I was going to say it's good that you got it to overlap. Most people using nano, it's sitting in the middle of the thing and it never works, you know? All right.
Looks really nice, man.
Man, no, it's a good job.
Well, I saw you. I think
All right. The one thing I would say is...
at the
Oh, good.
10,000th iteration.
Right. Thorsoft. Boop. Hide that. Grab you. We don't need...
I'm getting an echo here. Like, is that normal with Discord?
No, it might be... Well, oh,
It's Twitch and Discord going at the same time.
you have to
Twitch.
turn Twitch down. Or the volume of Twitch.
Okay. Okay. Hang on.
All right.
Yep. Okay.
So the... Go ahead.
I was going to ask, did you do the bellies in nano mesh as well? Is that separate or?
I would assume so.
Yeah, the whole. I think the nano mesh is there. The nano mesh tool is there. What you're probably looking at is I then turned it into a subdiv model,
Sure.
so I could do any more sculpting on it. But the
Right.
tool has the base nano mesh,
Oh, here we go.
so you can check out the scales and crap.
Yeah. Interesting. So you didn't have any thickness added at the... Oh. That's fascinating.
Yeah, no, I added the thickness after.
Interesting. So you can now... And I mean, just for your information, you know that you can now add thickness to flat things in dynamic subdivision. So like if you're just doing this, right?
Dynamic.
Yeah, so if
Yeah,
you
that's what I did.
Oh, and that's how you added it?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Cool. Awesome. No, they look
Yeah,
good.
I added it afterwards. Like
Yeah, you got it all in and yeah,
two-
sure.
I didn't put it was like 2 gigabytes of data. I didn't chuck it all up there.
Yeah. Trust me, I have 18 gigabyte models, so I'm very familiar with it.
I thought it'd just take 2 weeks to upload from Australia.
It very well could have. At my house, I have been getting like less than 72.2 upload or downloads, and I've been getting uploads that don't even register. It's socket errors, so I get like less than 0.003 uploads. I'm like, why are you charging me for this? I mean, like, I got better speeds
That's
than
like
90. You know, it's like, come on.
That's like the old 300 baud phone.
Exactly. Oh my God, no, it's ridiculous. It was. Ugh. Well, I would say the only thing. I mean, because honestly, your meshes, your nano meshes are awesome. You did a great job with them.
Thank you.
I think the only thing you really have to worry about at this point is your base shape. You know,
Okay.
because I mean, for a snake, what you really have is like a high hump, and then there's a slight lump like this, and I'm exaggerating a little, right? And then the belly. So that's your profile, right? They're not really flat because when they start to do this, you get the two muscles running on either side, and they bulb and bend and torque around that edge. But there's this nice high ridge that you can usually see. So think of your form more like that. And this definitely, has a round to it.
Yep.
So I think that really is this the base form? No, that's with the nanoscales. I think if you just get, and even the half round's fine, if you just get this belly to be more of a belly, I think that's really the thing that's making it look a little odd. The other thing is you might want to have, whoa, that is not the brush I wanted. Get this transition, because the belly actually comes up to the side a little bit more. And then, even just coming in with inflate might help us here. Am I pulling that through the other side? What is that weirdness? Right, you can see that just even giving it a little bow there. And
Or you're doing that with what? Inflate?
yeah, I just blew
Okay.
that up a little. Because I didn't want to fill in the lines,
Yeah.
I just figured that tool would work right now. And then bring these up and around just to accent the curve of the bottom. Whoa. Come on.
So obviously on the front, that I understand that, but like on the back side as well, you guess I should do that there as well?
Well, I mean, I just do a lot of snakes, so that's just a persnickety thing on my part. But
This is my first snake.
so I get weird about that. I'm like, well, there is technically a hump down the middle. You'd want to do it to the base model, not here. I think that's just going to cause you more grief if you try to do it here. But I think that you could probably get away with doing the belly here. That's not going to hurt you too bad, And I think that silhouette you're going to just be a lot happier with, Get that belly coming around a little more. And you can see there it already looks a little bit more like a snake. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No.
So I think that, like I said, even the half round on the back isn't something that most people are even going to, that's not something that a lot of people are going to be like, well, where's the spinal ridge? But of course, I'm the one out here, where's the spinal ridge?
All right. That's cool. That's good.
But
I just want to look like a snake.
Yeah, if we look at, nope.
That's all. It's awesome. I can see the difference already. That's fantastic.
Right. So let's look at that compared to that.
Yeah.
Right. So I think that really just coming through and giving yourself a wee bit of a belly, and then just making sure that you could even pull this off with inflating here, probably, as opposed to going around more. Yeah, that's just depends on how much you want to bring that belly out. But
do you think I need to do anything with the scales? obviously every damn scale is exactly the same other than being stretched. So
Right. So the one thing I would say that is better in the micro poly as opposed to the nano mesh is that you can sculpt like one scale and do like 10 different iterations of it in your subtools. And then you can say do random, and then it'll throw in different scales so they're not all exactly the same. Do you know what I'm talking about?
yeah. I saw watched those.
Yeah,
Those
so
already.
that is the one nice thing about dynamic. So if you come in to stop it.
But if I change the profile that I made this with has a grid on it. If I
Yeah.
change the mesh for the different poly groupings so that I kind of got a mix in there, does that work, or do I need to have a completely different mesh for the?
No. All you need is a even square because it's matching a square.
Yeah,
Now,
poly group.
but instead of doing one scale, my snake scales. One sec. Let me see if I have them here. Let's see. Okay, so if it's not there, how can it not be there? That's super weird. So what I did for snake scale here, I'll just draw it for you. What I did for snake scales was because you have to do it within a 2mm box. That's your cutting frame, right? So what I did is just sort of what you would do if you were doing trying to make a seamless scale, or like a seamless alpha. I did scales. I did too many of them. Right. And then I took the square where it went from one tip to the other tip, half and half, right? So that was half a scale, and then they just went to the tips. And then, because it's in that 2 mil, as long as you're directly half, tip, you can cut it this half, slide these over here, slide that over there, and, just shuffle them back around so that the parts you cut are the exact parts that you're going to use. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And so, I just took these two over here. And so they were like that. But since those were cut from here, I know that this edge and this edge are going to match. And I know when I flip them and then I just did a little seaming, boom, done. And then they worked perfectly. But having more than one, each, like, I'm assuming this is a square, right? You're at least getting, a few scales per grid, and that way you don't have to have 100 million squares. You can do it with a lot less grid, which lets you get it a little bit smoother. So you might want to play, if you're worried about the scales being different. That's the only way I know to be able to randomize it, because I played with the scales, and it's funny because with the beta, I was just working, and I played with the scales, and I sculpted 5 of them. And it looked really cool. It worked well. And then I lost that tool, and then it was the alpha. I was just like, yeah, fine. I don't even know where it is. I'm not even going to work on it. So but it does work well. And it actually looks good because the scales become different, So, yeah. And so...
Do the scales, do they have a particular features that I should consider?
Well, I mean, it depends on the snake scale. Like rattlesnakes have like a little ridge in them. here, let's boop. Boop. See how these have like that little ridge and scoop thing going on? These are pretty flat, I tend to make my scales more like this. They just have a lot more directionality, and they're I'm sculpting on them, so they tend to be a little bit more dynamic. Those are more like fish scales, the half rounds. Yeah.
And I guess there's one thing I've wondered about. I'm an engineer. I have no art credentials at all, so it's like this is really hard work. But like where the body overlaps each other, like where the legs, let's say the legs are folding over each other, how would I go about trying to make it look like they're kind of pressing into each other, or
so
kind of look soft,
Yeah. So what I would do is, does this have subdivision levels? Good. Take this all the way down to your lowest subdivision level. Grab move topological. And move topological allows you just to move one part at a time. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
And that'll allow you to kind of, just tap one up onto the other. You can tap the other one up too. And that really gives you the capacity to move these to where there's contact. And you just move it around, give it a little weight. Oops. And you can see already it's starting to feel a little bit more like it's touching it on.
Already. Yeah.
And then we just come up in higher res, and then it didn't really distort anything. Right. And now you get a little, see how it bunches up a little when we do that. And so I think that this, that looks nice. That's not touching yet. So lower your res.
Oh, it's amazing. That's huge.
And move topological. And the nice thing is that that this is going to, because these are applied, right? If you're going around somewhere, like you can really accentuate this by pushing these squares together and these squares together. So these inside squares are going to be smaller. And now let's stretch these out a little. And stretch these out a little. And now those outside squares are going to be a little bit bigger. And now what's kind of cool about that is you can really play with compression and expansion and compression. So let's go back up to high res. Right, so we're squeezing these. See how these are squeezing together?
Yeah.
And then I spread these out so it looks like they're expanding more. And so that way you can get some really nice, cool crunching and intersecting. And you can control a lot that, where you can you can control that quite a bit by defining where you want your the spacing of the squares. Was that even a sentence? With the spacing of the squares, you can control the expansion and compression of your scales. There.
It's perfect. I understood.
Jesus. Hello, Thomas. I wanted to know what is the cube subtool for when you create a new project with Ringmaster? I think that's just in Gizmo. I usually use Gizmo to create all my primitives. So I think that creating a more naturalistic pose is purely softening your model, or lowering the resolution of your model, and using Move Topological. I think that the flatness there is what's killing you. As far as the bottom goes, the scales look great. Your pattern looks great. If you want to switch it up, use micro poly instead of nano mesh, and you can play with it that way. And then I would say your head's too small.
Okay. That was the thing that started. I was doodling one day, and I just doodled a thing that remotely looked like a snake's head. That was about a year ago. Yeah, no problem. I just stuck that on yesterday. So
yeah, I think that.
How big do you reckon, like, for something that?
I would say
separate
probably
poly
going to be there. No, symmetry's not on, is it? From the shape of your head, it looks like you were doing like one of those green tree snakes or something. I love those things. And your eyes like in here. Your head bumps are back here. Yeah, something in that vein. You could even go a little bigger, but that's pretty close. Yeah, my guess would be about that size.
Awesome, thank you.
Because
so
the heads
much.
are usually bigger than the thickness of the neck, so. Yeah, something in that vein. Maybe a little shorter. Depending on the kind of snake. Yeah.
It's the snake. I'm not sure what kind.
Something like that. And in something this big, you know, where you have this much body, I might make the head just a little bigger just in general, just so the character of the snake becomes a little bit more prominent. A character, you know, if you just look there, you know, we're normally looking at things and people that are 8 head lengths tall, you know, so if you're thinking about it that way, you're doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like 6.5, 7. So, you know, that puts you in a character, not perspective, but proportions. Jesus.
Yeah.
And that's something to consider. But yeah, I think that's your issue. One, you know, move topological to make your position more natural. Add a half dome to the belly. Carry the belly around just a touch to the side. And you do that, I think you're going to kill it. Now, if you're just adding these, just change the base shape of your model before you apply.
All those. Yeah.
Yeah. Looks
Been
great.
done that one so many times, it's, you know, second nature now.
Right? Just kick it out again. Just kick it out again. Or did you just mirror
Cool.
that?
Thank you so much. It's awesome.
Yeah, when you work on it, bring it back. I want to see, you know, what you did. Because you're close. You know, I mean, you're getting there. And I mean, just the scale work is, I mean, just getting that overlap in nano mesh is tough. that's a tricky thing. So it looks, I mean,
The profile on a curve, that was once I figured out where the little different poly groups had to be to have a scale. Most of it's got nothing in it.
right,
Just a few scales, interleaved
Right.
scale.
yeah, no,
So that part too bad, but the hard part was actually getting the belly scales to fold across up the sides.
right. Yeah,
But I've got to do more on that, as you said, so I might look at that a different way.
when I think that if you make it a half round, or if you're getting, if you're viewing your seam cut here, that round will let you kind of creep around a little more. Right.
Yep.
And that'll bring it up the sides just a bit more. Because if it's flat, you're not coming around that corner. But if it's a half round, you just stop, up here. That'll give you that. Don't you love my precision drawings? As an engineer, I know you must appreciate this.
I do. I do. That's how we all start. That's how all engineering starts.
I think that it over here.
Awesome. Thank you.
Of course. Hey, look what we got here. Ooh. Okay. Enough of that nonsense.
Yep. Oh, wow. Face.
Yeah, right. I'm like, ooh, chimp face. All right.
All right. Thank you. Thanks, Thomas. I really appreciate it.
No, it's awesome. You really, you spent so much time getting that to work so well. Just go back, figure out your shape a little bit more tied to the actual form. It'll look awesome. It'll be great.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you from down under.
You're welcome, down under. All right. So now is, do we have anyone label this? No.
Hey, Thomas.
Hmm?
Cammy's having a real problem with symmetry here, not working real fast.
Who is?
Cammy in class.
Hmm.
And I figure you might be able to help her real fast just to get her moving along.
Sure.
So
What's going on? Oh, Carmeet.
Sorry, yeah. Cammy in her class, yeah, sorry.
What's going on? Is this the...
Cammy, get on class chat so you can ask a question, please. I'm thinking give her a second.
Of course. I'm assuming she's talking about a curb link. Is that what I saw?
I think that might be it.
Yes.
Hey, Henry, is Kajabi, the new one, when they hit that, does that bring them or send them to the link for the new UI and the brushes?
If they want to take the chance to subscribe to Tomas's email newsletters, they will get for free Tomas's video on the Gizmo and
Isn't there a scale video?
the Gizmo scale.
Did we get the
I
new
don't-
UI in there?
No.
That's what I
There
was-
is a UI and his brush sets, and I think there's some other things in that download, honestly.
I do too. I think there's some tools
All
and
right,
stuff.
so I can get rid of the Discord download UI link I've been posting and just use the new link.
Well, does this Discord UI have the new UI?
As the one you put in there. I'm not sure if that is
I just-
the variant.
Okay.
Yeah.
So put that one up right now because that's definitely a more recent link. Well, no, I don't know, man. What do I know? I know nothing.
I mean, whatever the newest version is, I can drop it in Kajabi so all the students start
Okay.
using that one.
I think it's in. Actually, I think it's in the Dropbox, just in that main thing.
Yeah, that's the link I think I have. That's the one I was using. I just want to know if it was valid. So I
Oh,
can continue
Dropbox,
to
not
drop.
Discord. Can you, Henry?
I'll drop it. I'll drop it. Try.
You have
I'm
access
Henry.
to the. You have the access to the Dropbox, right?
Yes.
I think it's just in the main before you go into any of the folders. I think my latest one is in there.
10-4.
Okay. Okay, Kermit. Sorry, guys. W. Twist. Can you not figure out how to get onto Discord? Twist. Delete hidden. Delete lower. Twist. Twist 90. W. Rotate 45. Q. W. Q. X. Z. Sorry, R2. It's just a bypass. Right?
So what were you talking about radial symmetry then in class
That is
10?
radial symmetry. Radial count 2,
Oh, with 2. Yeah.
right?
Yeah, so just make sure you're on the right axis. Radial count is 2.
Kermit. Well, I mean, is that the issue? Because when I said in chat that it was radial count 2 symmetry, what was the problem? You just have to make sure this intersection stays correct. I can't tell. Did that solve the issue, Kermit? All right. Curb link. Shoot. Boop. 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 So often, if you're doing this, you need that to be a 45 degree. You can make that flat right there, and you know that they'll key in really nice and hard is another process to do. You can cut it in half and just work on it, you know, in half. Okay, you can do it. Yep, that's exactly what I do, Stefan. Until you are using the tools without thinking about using the tools, you're going to have a hard time developing a style, because a lot of times how you use the tools develop your style, right? And it just takes a lot of experimenting. Like, a lot of people use different brushes to develop their styles, right? And so I use clay tubes a lot, and that gives me my surfaces and allows me to get edges, and you know, so my style really anchors with clay tubes. And so if you really like someone's style, just copy it and copy it and copy it until you feel like you understand what they're doing with their tools and understand what they're doing with the textures, and then it's much easier, you know, to start figuring out what you want to do. Because once you understand, excuse me, once you understand what the tools are doing and how they're laying materials down, you then understand how you can manipulate the tools to get the textures that you want for your style. But a lot of it is just getting used to the tools, right?
Hey, Tomas, thank you. I'll try that.
Okie doke.
I don't know why. I mean, I did exactly what you did, and I wasn't getting symmetry. I don't know.
Then you weren't in the center of the world. That's the only thing it can be. I mean,
you just hit the home button?
no, I start with my gizmo, and it always goes home. But yeah, start at home, right? Then you're in the center of the world.
Okay. And then go to the region.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
If you do not start in the center of the world, symmetry does not work. Well, that's not really true, because you can put local symmetry on. But the problem with local symmetry is if before you turn symmetry on, you put one little bump right here, it's going to go to the center of the object, and it won't be symmetrical here.
How do you connect to the Twitch? All I do, I can just hear you, but I can't see you. How do you connect to the
You go to Twitch/Pixologic. www.twitch.tv/Pixologic.
Okay, I'll try that. Thank you.
Yeah, because the problem, I mean, local symmetry is great as long as you start with local symmetry and you don't do anything else. But if you come over here, let's turn.
Wait, should I not have local symmetry on?
Not if you're going from the center of the world.
Always turn that local symmetry button on.
Okay, well, let me show you what that does. Okay, so I'm going in the center of the world, right? So mine is perfectly symmetrical because I started in the center of the world. Now I'm going to turn symmetry off for a second, and I'm going to do this. Well, now this has increased the size of my model. So now when I turn symmetry on, I'm going to turn local symmetry on. Well, look, I'm out of symmetry now. See how much farther over this is going, and that's deeper because my center line is not center. It's actually over here a little because this is sticking out. Does that make sense? Local symmetry is symmetry on the model. But if that model's not symmetrical, it's going to go to the center of the model. That's why you want to go center of the world, and then you turn local symmetry off in case you did something like move or sculpt without symmetry at any point during that process. And then
So how do you make sure you're in the center of the world?
remember, turn symmetry off, push your pen, that's the center of the object, push your home, that's the center of the world.
Oh yeah, the little house.
Yeah. The little house. Ah?
I think I'm the first one to start the homework. So that's All right, thank you. I know it's crit night. Sorry to bother you.
No problem. No, it's okay. All right. So does anyone else here have their crit? Is Franco here? Hey, Raphael, how's it going? Okay. Yeah, I have these two, but I don't see a name on this one. So we have Franco, and we had Chris. So this one is, let's look at downloads. This is Sophia's. Okay. So Raphael obviously downloaded it just a second ago. Okay, we have these up. Nope, that's not what I'm doing. Boop, 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 boop. Let us why are these not moving? Boop, 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 boop. Why is that not permitted? I just did it. Oh my God, you're killing me. Okay. Oh, well. You're killing me. Oh no, these are new people. What is going on here? Okay, so these download. Boop, boop, boop. No, of course not. Yes, you must. You must.
While those are downloading, you've got a question from I'm Steven right above your, right above where I started talking there in chat about bypass rings.
I have a question. Might have got moved to the top since we're typing a lot. So to do bypass rings, you just have to set your symmetry to radial of 2. Yep, that's all it is. That is
and make sure you're on the right axis.
Well, yeah. Making sure you're on the right axis is a good point. So if we're here and we turn on X, Y, that's not going to do us anything, right? Because it's down here. That's going to do weird stuff. X isn't going to do anything. You need to make sure that you're on the correct axis. And now it's just a bypass. No, you're good. Don't stress about it. Don't worry. I am not judgmental. Okay. That's completely a lie. I'm horribly judgmental, but I don't let it affect me. Boop. No, it's this one, isn't it? Boop. Extract all. That's good. Dun, 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 dun. Boop. So now we're going to go here. Gonna go here. Gonna go here. Open. All right, now those are pictures. Okay. So, who is this person? This is no name. All right. So, we need this one done. We need this one done. We got this one done. This one done. This one done. Okay. So, who's next? Who was I looking for? Sorry.
Raphael, I think.
Okay, Raphael. Did he tell me what is? Did he say his one was an alien? I don't see Raphael here. I see Ramfo. This is no name. I don't think. Oh, that's Raphael. Okay, okay. I'm catching up here, guys. From Mandalorian. Doop. I like that you use different textures. That's good. And I like that you have thin areas of texture. The problem with texture, I mean, unless you're doing photorealistic renderings, and even then, if you use the same texture everywhere, and you didn't, you change it up, you have deep stuff and thick stuff, so that's good. But I see a lot of people texturing and they use the same texture for everything, and it just becomes noise. Excuse me. It just becomes noise, where if you break it up, right, it's going in different directions, you can really dictate where things are going. I think that's nicer. I think that where right now your folds are literally just folds. I don't have a reference image, so if these are like this, then yell at me. But I think where these things become actual folds, right? Did that twist? Okay, it is twisting. Where they become actual folds, I would give it just a little bit of weight, so it's not just a crease line, right? Get a little weight, get a little weight, just so the crease, because you can see here, right, they become something that has a little bit more roundness, a little bit like that wrinkle's coming over, so you're getting weight in that wrinkle. And I know that this has no texture, so it shows up dramatically, and I think my focal shift's a little too dramatic, but don't just cut them in as V's. Give them a little heft to those. And it's not that they look too flat, it's just that they don't look like they're folding over, right? What are these things called? Blurred. Let me just look at a reference here. Yeah, see, these are pretty deep folds, actually. Right, those look like they're really cutting behind the head. That's horrible. Sorry, now I'm just like now totally interested in what other people are like, what are they doing? So let's look at these guys. I think this is the best reference that I've seen right here. See how deep these are? This looks like it's a pinch starting here. So this is the Y pinch that's coming up. That's cutting under. And you can see it's rolling over. See that dark line right there? Right, what we have is the jaw on the head. And this is actually kind of rolling over that. And you can see that that's rolling over that. And then this looks like it might be tucking under that. So this is a Y wrinkle that's kind of coming like that. This is folding under there. And it looks like these are kind of light, right? Do you see that pattern there? So if we go back over here and we look at this, well, this is in front of that, and we're losing a little fold there. I mean, but you're dealing with a different reference image probably, so that's not a big deal. So having looked at that, these are pretty dramatic. Right. That's probably a bone, actually. Because the head looked pretty solid. And then it looked like it came up here and dove behind this. Or under this, because this is a pinch from down here. So this is that Y going like that. So there has to be tension, right, to create these wrinkles. So the skin is rolling off of the skull, it seemed. And it came down and it pinched in there. This looked like a cheekbone, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, see, that's part of the skull there. He has the ridge in front there. Yeah. Yeah, so... Like, why is my smooth not working? Because I don't have smooth stronger on. And that's coming up. As such. So you just want these to look like you have like meat tension, right? Right, so these are humps. It's going around the arm there. And then this is coming kind of from in there. and these aren't very good muscle flaps. I'm just giving you a rough here. Right, so you have these things that are rolling and tucking under. So make sure they get like these nice deep shadows so they look like, you know, muscle and or fat rolls that have tension, right? Thin, fat, thin, thin, fat, thin, thin, fat, thin, thin, fat. Cut back, and that probably cuts back behind the cheek, right? Because that's coming up under the skull. And I know that's not right, but see how this looks like it's on the flat, right? And they're just valleys in the flat. This feels like something's passing over something that's going over something that's going over something. And I think this is even not as dramatic as the, I mean, look at how much motion's going on there. So, yeah, I think that you just got a little flat in that. But otherwise, it looks good. Does that make sense? I mean, if we look there, see, these don't have any tension to them, right? It just looks like this. It looks like a topological map, as opposed to, oh, this is going over the shoulder and inserting, right? Because muscles. Yeah, because, and I do apologize for this being so crappy, but, you know, everything sort of has muscle tension, right? Insertions and origins. Even if it's just, if these aren't muscles, even if it's just fat or skin, right? It has a thin spot. You know, this is a thin roll because it's going over, it's stretching there. It's bunching here, and then it's stretching up under there. At least that's how it looks on these, right? So, yeah, I'd say just get some tension in those buggers. Give it a little bit more depth. You can see even these are flat compared to this. See how those are big half rounds. But you can see that the head's going under that wrinkle. This wrinkle is going under that wrinkle. That wrinkle's coming down behind. You can tell by the shadow, right? There's stepping planes. And when I say sculpt in planes, this is what I'm talking about. Is that the production? Yeah, you can see that's going behind. See how that's bellowing. See this meat in here. You know, those are muscle and fat transit. You can see this person did it too. Well, they didn't get the head shaped right, but you know, there's no meat moving, right? Where there's distinctly meat moving on this bad boy. So you can even see it from the front. Stooge. See what I mean? Look at how big that is. Yeah. Otherwise, I think it looks darn good. Like you might be able to punch some of this in. Just make it a little bit more dramatic. Get it to where, you know, you're actually getting folds where the meat folds and stuff. No banning for blurgs. Same thing down here. You almost got some weight here, right? But this is where I use the twist because it really gives me a nice division. See how just rolling that edge a little really gives you the feel that it's coming over. And I will come back in and kind of knock that ridge off. Right, so you're getting that kind of, that rolled edge. So there's weight. You know what? That's not a roll, right? That's not a roll. That has a roll. See, the weight is down here. It's coming down, you're losing, getting, coming back up and coming down. So it has weight, right? You don't want it just to be you want that weight to be on that thing right there. See how we have that come back and then it comes out and around? This is what I mean by weight, this edge right here. So it's not just a half round and then a plane, but it comes down, has weight, rolls over, comes in, and now this looks like something that's rolling over a surface. See how that little bit right there, there's that little highlight on the edge. Look there, look there. See how it's just cutting up and over. It looks like there's meat there. All right. No, looking good. I like it. Is there anyone here who has a model? If not, I'll just start going through some of these.
No one answered, so I think.
All right, we'll just start at the top. What's that?
Sorry, I was helping Sarah get into Discord chat.
All right. Franco.
That's a really nice sculpt there, sir.
It is.
Yes, I mean.
Hi, Sarah.
Sarah's going to teach me to cuss in Italian.
Hair looks good. Face looks good. Honestly, it's a lovely sculpt.
Hi, guys.
Hello,
I
hello.
mean, sorry, I was lost for a couple of weeks because of work.
That's okay. So if you plan to print this, you're obviously going to have to fill in the airspace in the hair. That's not hard to do, but if you're going to print it, that's something to think about. Your shoulder blades are popping out. That's nice. The fabric's a little soft for, as crisp as your details are and everything else, the fabric's a wee bit soft. Be careful with the texture on the skull. Come back in every once in a while, and I just use SK Trim or any of the flatten tools, and just hit these up some, just so it's not so consistent. Because once again, if you just get everything patterned, it'll start to flatten your model out actually. And you can use the flat spaces to add highlights. In a skull, these cracks are pretty defined actually, and they're a little smaller than that. The easiest way to go about this is grab pinch and tighten this up. Let's just go to the skull here for a second. And this is where Orb Cracks is a great brush. Just make it small. And obviously you need a little bit more res to do this. What is it? Oh, it's only 0.5 mil. You can also do it with Sculptures Pro and Orb Cracks. It'll generate enough geometry for you to get away with a sharp. Right. But these are really tight little seams and they don't really age out. They stay there for quite a while. Right. That'll help some. Once you get those in, that is when I go back in and pinch them just so they're not all the same. No, not pinch with dynamic on. It gives them a little bit of, it just makes them look a little bit more like cracks than just a brush. And then that's also come back and flatten some of that out. It's a little bumpy, but that's because that was me. I took your big pattern and tried to flatten it out some. And that helps a little on that stuff. Right, see how big and shaded those are. They're actually pretty tight. And you can smooth them to make them fade out so they're not so... Yeah, the skull's nice otherwise. Once again, if you're printing, those holes are going to be a nightmare for you. But all in all, he's looking pretty good. And then the fabric. Let's get to the fabric real quick. So once again, this is a place that I would use SK Twist. Especially since you have a brooch here. These are distinct sharp. These are going to be a little bit more sharp because you actually have folds over here. So SK Twist. And you can go in both directions. Boom, boom, boom. And once again, you need a little bit more geometry to pull this off. That's like not an implied pinch. Those are actually pinches. You know, when you get out here, you can be a little softer, obviously. But, you know, this is rolling over the leg. Let me get my leg in there so I can see what's going on. Yeah. See if you come in with SK Twist and just twist up that edge. It'll lift it off the leg. See what I mean? You get that rolled edge and it lifts it off the leg. And I would probably say that that's actually a real wrinkle. So don't be afraid to come in here and actually give some of these some definition, especially like back in here. You know, these are actually crossing in front of one another. So don't be afraid to define some of those lips, because your model's so sharp in such tiny detail that it stands out pretty dramatically, that this is that soft. Does that make sense? Right, these are actually everything else looks good. I would just play up these wrinkles a little more. Futz with the skull a little bit. Her eyes, hair, face. Yeah, looks great. Killing it. Killing it. Okay. I assume there's still no one here. I'm just going to move to the next one. First thing we do is we turn off all the paint.
Do we know who this one's is?
No. Oh, yeah, it was. Started with an S. One sec. I'm thinking that this is Sophia's. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That way I was just, so we could shout out to them if they want to ask questions.
Yeah, I asked and I didn't hear any kickback, so. Sophia and her magic girl wingy thingy. And see, this is where stylization becomes a thing when I start talking about stuff. It's like, well, once again, if this was the style you were trying to do, then, ignore what I have to say. I would still, she's good. I mean, the hair's a little lumpy, but that's not a thing. I would still come in here and SK twist again. Just make sure that you're getting just wrong direction. A little bit of separation here, even on these things. It just makes it's just so much better, especially if you plan to print. That little gesture right there will change your world. And your details will show up much nicer because you can see how it just gives you a little bit. Is this symmetrical? It is. Just come in and punch these. It's not a ton of effort. And it makes a world of difference. Feathers do fold in the same direction for the most part, so having one that's over isn't horrible, but it can make a bird fall out of the sky. Right. Keep themes dimensional because you can see how it just reads so much better from all the way back here, right? You're getting that layer of reflective information. other thing is, did you sculpt these with quad symmetry on and then bend them? Maybe, I'm trying to identify, maybe not. Because thing about feathers too is, right, you have a wing, you have your fluff, you have your flight feather, or your, and then you have your stabilization feathers, and then, right. But remember that you don't have them on both. Here, let me find a wing for you. There aren't two rows of them. So if we look here, dun, 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 dun. Right, there aren't two rows of these feathers there. Right, bump, bump, bump on the inside. And they're not the same feathers, interior and exterior, right? See how these fluff? See how you're seeing your flight feathers go all the way back up in here? On the back side, you don't have as many stabilization feathers usually. So you just don't want it to look like it's the exact same set of feathers front and back. They should change position, like the front ones come down quite a bit more. Right, bump, and see there's this whole row here. And then on the back, these usually travel up a little farther. And then it's a little bit fluffier, but none of these are great pictures. So this ding dong did exactly what I told you not to do. So in the back, it's normally just like these are coming up farther, but you don't want it to look like it's a set of feathers on the front and a set of feathers on the back are the same sets of feathers. If that makes any sense whatsoever. See how these are down and these are up? They're in different places. Right here you have the fluff. You have clean rows of feathers. Here you have, they're not quite so clean rows of feathers, right? They're sitting up farther. You know, they're about this high. And it's a lot more the little feathers as opposed to the series of mid-length feathers.
So are there actually two rows of feathers on the wings? One on the back, one on the front?
Not the big ones.
Well, no, not the big ones, but I mean the other.
Yeah, off the hump.
Tertiary.
Yeah, off the hump there are, off the like fluff hump, there are sets of feathers, but they don't, on the back they normally look smaller. See how these aren't really reading as the interior feathers seem to come off more, and they
providing more lift to the curve where the top is more.
See here, see what I mean? They're sitting up here, and they're actually like standing off as feathers, right? You know, they actually get that floof. Where on the back, they normally stay much flatter. Because if you think about aerodynamics, right? This has to be that shape, right? And so these back here sit really close to the wing, where these really get sort of that profile, if that makes sense. But,
right. I just wanted to clarify for the student or the guy
yeah.
who's asking.
But see, these are exactly the same, or real close to the same. It looks like they were sculpted in quad symmetry. So this set of feathers stays up here, and these are your flight feathers, right? They're much bigger. And see. Yeah, I think the issue is that these just come down. Like this on the backside really could stop there. Right, and then these just be the flight feathers. Yeah, they look thick, but I'll tell you with the anime characters, who knows? Some of them are very bizarro in the sense of the actual proportions. If this is supposed to be a frilly skirt, divide it one more time. There you go. Don't leave it that square. Is this supposed to be a seat? You might want to flatten that if it's going to actually balance the weight of this thing. Just to give it a nice solid foundation, because it looks like it's going to pivot on these and rock. Yeah, I think I would still go in here and just give those lift, because if this is going to be printed and painted, you want that to be pretty separated, because otherwise these could become very muddy. No, this is Sophia's. And don't be scared to sculpt this stuff in. Because it makes a big difference with the reflective stuff. So it actually looks like there's some dimensionality there. The motion's fun. Looks good, honestly. I just think these are too long. These could be up here. Nope, she's good. Looking good.
Got a nice flow to her. Good job.
Right? All right, what do we have here? Oh, that's the blurg. Isn't there another one? That one, that one, that one. We did that one. All right. Turn off paint. I'm assuming you got all this sort of nice and bio-roundy thing, and then these are square. I assume you haven't sculpted those yet. The pouches look good. The belt looks good. You're doing nice layers. Seams. Scheiße, Lieber. I think you might, once again, with the cracks of the head, I probably would come back in here and pinch these. Just pinching them in gives them a little bit more of a mechanical feel. It makes them feel like they're a little more seated. Do you see what I mean there? And kind of cleans your edges up, makes them a little bit more mechanically. See the difference between those and those. I just think if you're trying for that mech look, just a quick, and don't overdo it. I'm just tapping these things, cleaning up the edges, and right? Something's up with her knees. What is bothering me here? Oh. What is bothering me is that her boots are going into her legs. Her legs are not going into her boots. Right? So if we do this, I'm just going to grab slide. So now, look at the difference. Does that make sense? Make sure what's supposed to be going under goes under and what's supposed to be over is sitting on top. I think that'll help you some there. This isn't quite as bad, but similar issue. Just take that in and slide it in. So it actually looks like it is on top of that surface. Right? See the difference there? And here again, maybe just a touch of pinch. See, it just looks like it's seating. Goodness gracious, I got the yawns all of a sudden. Sorry. If that's supposed to be a pocket, I don't know if that's supposed to be a pocket or a piece of armor, but just give it a little weight. You did a good job here, so I'm thinking this might be armor or something, so that might not. And then, once again, these are stylized characters, so I don't know. But having like actually some fabric thing going on here, so it's not just a balloon crotch, something else is going on there. Right. No, all in all, it's good. I think pinching your seams a little, making sure things are going over where they're supposed to go over. Outward pupils are freaky. But once again, that might be for games or something. Normally while sculpting, pupils go in. It allows you to dictate where they're looking. But I know that for games, they also often have that bubble because they're going to paint the pupil behind it. And that gives like a a chromatic aberration when the eyes move. So if it's for a game, I get it. All right. Good night, Raphael. They're awesome. You'll love them.
Do you know which one you have?
The one that has the pads on these two. So what is it? The 3?
Oh, okay.
Do you have the wrist support? Or...
Yeah, the V2 and the V3 are the same, except V3 has wrist support.
Well, that one doesn't have wrist support.
So V2.
This one has wrist support.
And remember, always draw with your whole arm, not just your wrist. A lot of people make that mistake and wear their hands out and get tired.
Yeah.
When you're using a Cintiq, you want to use your whole arm to get that perfect
Right.
arc.
Plant your elbow. All right. No, it looks great. I think you're doing wonderful. I think you can clean up your mechanics by just pinching the seams. It just makes them look a little bit more cohesive. Fabric, over, under. If it's sculpt, punch pupils. If it's for a game, don't worry about it. Obviously, you need to finish hair, unless it turns into a tentacle. I could be wrong. And once again, game stuff, fabric, but if it's a sculpture, nobody has tube butt. So, but once again, that's game. That could be gamey stuff. I know some game stuff doesn't have fabric detail, so. But yeah, definitely, like here you can see that your parts are going into the body. And see here, you cut the detail into the body. And that, your brain reads that really fast. If you remember, and I think your knee might be a little thin. Maybe not. Nah. I think it's just, it might be that you cut that line in. I think that this might be my problem. Just that. Yeah. Because see, once again, when you cut back in here, you cut back into the leg. Yeah. Looking good though. All right. Boop.
We do have someone on the list for next who is actually present.
Did they just upload stuff? Because I think this is the last model I have.
Okay.
So I'm
They can
assuming
be after
that,
okay.
Is that Hibby or is that...
this is...
Daniel
Wrong.
Monkey?
Huh?
I was wondering what the file name was. Is it Daniel Monkey or...
Yeah, it doesn't look like a monkey.
No, here it's...
It's a good shot at an alien, though.
Yeah, it's Rompho Spooks. Yeah, see? Rompho Spooks. It's nice. I like how you use the texture and don't use the texture. See, this is what I'm talking about when I say you can use your texture to punch different things. I like your overextensions. See, this stuff has good tension. Keep your tension up here. Like you have this concept of your tension out here. This gets a little, oops. This gets a little soft. Keep your tension up. Okay. I also think that you got this going nice. You really want this soft to pump out. So I would not, like, what in the hell's going on? Don't be afraid to use a little sharp edge on the edge here. And what that's going to do is going to create like a little reflective area. And that's going to separate this from this a little bit better. You get a little muddy in here. I think SK Twist would do you a big world of favor too. Right, what is actually going on in here, you know? Even if it's amorphous, having a little bit of definition can't hurt you, because you have such nice definition elsewhere. Just bow-leg it. Yeah, just I mean, your tensions are good. Just try to get a little bit tighter in that surface tension so we don't get lumpy. This, you know, get that. See, getting lumpy with your edges here. But you see what I mean? Tension, where this is lumpy. Is that coming in up? I cut it back and down. You obviously cutting it back up and over. And especially when you start to get into low stuff down here where, you know, it is very thin, just that simple shadow right there makes it look like this is coming up and over. Make sure that you do keep things that are going over, things that are coming under. And you can see by that little dark hitch. That little rolled lip really keeps things. Wrong direction. Yeah. A lot of fun. She's got birthing hips. The pose is fun. It's nice. Good job. Yeah, just once again, don't let these intersections get muddy. My stomach's going. Because these little tendrily intersections, this tendon stuff is really what sells a lot of his work. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Good job. Two thumbs up. Okay. Hi, Saeed. How's it going? Yeah, when you get into it, you know, I just think they need some more definition because, I mean, the implication is she's pregnant, I would assume. So, you know. But this is, it is very nice. Very nice. Okay, so I guess I have to download more things. Uh-oh. We didn't look at the pictures, did we? We look at spoon. No. So you get dragged down here. All right. So you guys, we downloaded the pictures. Download. While we are downloading, let's look at those pictures.
That's lovely.
That's nice. I like that these are cutting into the skin. Hair's really good. She has a spoon. Wish I could see it without paint. Let's see if we have it without paint. Just open it in photos. I'd like to see the hands too. The rendering's nice though. It's lovely. I think that's super nice. It really is. Couple things. I'd like to see the hands, and I want to see these scales because right now it looks like they're that they are like nano meshed, and it looks like see, I can see the whole scale here, and I can see the whole scale here, and the whole scale there. I'd really like to not see that that top transition. These should be hanging over, just so they don't look like a mechanical function, if that makes any sense. I would go back in and push those back up and under. Let's look at that. Can I pause it? Yeah, see here, this is, this is nice. And you kind of cover it up here.
It says the reference is in the description.
In the description.
On the art station he just posted.
Oh. There we go. Yeah, I just want, I don't want to see the backside of these scales, right? Just tuck them up. I mean, that's the only weak part right there. And I'd like to see a little bit of compression on the hand so it looks like it's resting on the spoon. And because you have all this beautiful flush compression here. See, this is good. These are tucked up under there. I'm not seeing it. But right here, I see these scales floating. And I'd just like to see that all you have to do is slide them up under. It'd be fine. No problem. It's beautiful. I mean, also, see, this is why I always want to see the model, not the painting. Is that I think you could come in and really physically get this up and off, right? Because if this is a heavy braid, it blends in pretty smooth right here. And this is really high. Like, I think you probably need a little bit more distance there. See what I mean, though? There's just airspace here. Anytime I see things in people's hands or characters' hands, I really want to see that, right? It's never that, get that. And I know that it seems like this hand's holding it. This is sort of an optical illusion because this hand's holding it and then she's doing this. But still, you can see that I'm getting that little meat push there. And you're so good with the meat in the legs. I'd just like to see you do that on the hand. The hair is so much fun. I would like, once again, I'm talking about things coming out of the computer, right? Always printing and manufacturing is in my brain. So, for a render, you're putting it in with paint, so it doesn't matter. So anything I'm talking about is really about rendering or printing and, you know, creating something physical. Just get a little bit of separation, like see, like here, you know, just get those tips up and out. And I might just have a little bit more interaction with the hair, where this hair, you know, because if we're a headband, that's one thing, but just a rope, you know, her hair is kind of doing this, and then coming back up under, there's the rope, and it's doing this. I think it'd be nice to see it do that, you know, just get a little bit of interaction with that rope on the top of the hair, kind of getting it there. But where you got, you know, maybe have it dip over there, where this isn't just sitting on top, where it's interacting just a touch more. Yeah, you might have it there. Yeah. No, it's beautiful. I mean, I like it's very kinetic. It has a lot of energy. It looks great. Hey, Raytheon. Yeah, no, I mean, your anatomy's good. It's a beautiful model. And that's why I'm being nitpicky about this stuff, because, you know, this is tight. You know, that's why just having the interaction with the hair a little bit more up here, so it's not just sitting. See, like, it looks like it's sitting on her, you know, like there's airspace there. I'd like to look at it at different angles. So definitely upload it when you have an opportunity, because it's a great model.
He says I uploaded ZTL later. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, no sorries. And it is odd that she has these little stumped legs. I mean, is she supposed to? No. I'm totally kidding with you. Sorry. Do these hold on to little rubber pads? Is that?
Takes a long time to walk someone.
Yeah, she has a really short stride. No, it looks absolutely wonderful. I mean, and your colors, you know, your paint selection and your render highlights and stuff are great. No, he's awesome. I can't wait to see the ZTL. All right. Boop. Oh, goodness gracious. So let us go here. Go here. Extract all. My stomach's just like brrr. Oh, you guys ZPRing me to death over here. Can you guys load these up as ZTLs? That'd be helpful. If not, I can do it. It's just... right on. Oh. You uploaded it now. You baked all these colors in. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Can't I fill object? No. Can't remember how to do it. Okay, somebody help. I always thought it was I could just fill the object.
I think if it's baked in your SOL,
Am I?
but if Shane, remembering from Shane's class, I think that once you bake it, it's a material thing at that point.
Pooh. Okay. Oh well. It's just a lot easier to see the shapes and forms without paint.
Well, I'm saying just
well,
fill
that's
it
what
in
I
with your normal mat.
Okay, so I have my normal mat. I come up, color, fill object. But it's not filling. Is there a material, fill material? All right, Raytheon, what you got now?
Turn off poly paint?
I did. The paints are off. It's okay.
Now try the fill object. No, screw it.
I like the submarine radar noise.
Right. Boop. Material. Oh well. I never paint anything, so this is MRGBs turned on. Oh, you're saying I can just repaint it?
Maybe so.
Well, it's kind of defeating the purpose in some ways. Well, when we're done saving, we'll... Well, that's what I did. I tried to fill the color, but it didn't fill, so it's got to be baked in as a texture, or I don't know. I don't paint things. I make them in metal. Oh, my back. My shoulders are making noises. Whoa, did ZBrush just eat it? It sure did. Luckily it just saved. So really, I guess ZPRs wouldn't... Did it just crash again? No. I was like, what? My friend Dave showed me a cool trick. I might show you later.
You can't just start there and stop.
I was waiting for you to say something. You're like, what are you doing? Okay, let's see.
It's like, so a funny thing happened to me today.
No, it was awesome. It's a really cool trick that everyone will love. Yeah, no, see. Nope. Well, you got it baked in good. Whatever. I will just try to do it without. So I think that you could punch this braid just a touch and get it separated off. Give it a wee bit more meat in these transitions. Right, so you get a bit more of that. Because this is a loose braid. So don't be shy about making it stand off this hair. Other thing, where's my rope? There we go. I think that just getting it where it looks like it's actually over and under, because the hair isn't going to just sit behind that, at least the top side isn't. If that makes any sense. And I mean, you're probably going to want to be a little bit more careful than I'm being. Colorize. What's that? Where is that? You mean these? The paint over here? So you know where you have just a little bit more weight up here. Poly paint menu. And it colorizes off. No clue. See, this one isn't. I don't know. So let's get our head in here real quick. Right, see this? Because if you're actually tying that down, that is going to big air gaps. The shadow's just weird, right? Because see, look, there's air in her hair here and then air under the rope. And you got to think that's going to be a lot tighter than that. And that's going to just read, especially on our forehead, just make sure that it's actually there so we never see airspace in there, because this wouldn't be loose. If it's holding our hair in, there'd be tension there. So at least along the front, you want that to be pretty tight to the surface. Texture off. Texture seems to be off, or is it a different place? Face a little non-cement. The jawline's different, but I don't know that that's really an issue. Tool. Texture mount. Texture is off. This is really nice. Yeah, now let's get to this. I think this is it, isn't it? No, what's that? Oh, there it is. Oops. Auto group. Let that, come on, you bastard. Get that up and in. that up and in. Under that, get that up and in, down, up and in, up and in, up and in, up and in, up and in. Stop that. Stop it. There we go. Up and in. I mean, you spend so much time on this. Don't be lazy about this one. Right. See here, you even have like an extra scale. These are pretty big. But I would say this guy actually can just come back. And this guy comes in, comes down. This guy comes up, down, up, down, up, down, over. Get that guy down back behind. Right, because these are all roughly the same size. You just had an extra scale in there for no particular reason. See, so let's look at this side, right? I might even punch that down just a touch. Just so you're not, so you're keeping that brush shape just so it's not pointing out. Backing in, backing in, backing in. In here, take that behind that one, take that up, bring whatever you have here, make the dress, finish that off. I know I just made that monster because I wasn't pushing smooth. Have the, where are you? Right, you have these two ridges here, so use them, hide those, hide the scales into those, hide the scale into those. Hide the scale into that one. You know, at least then it looks finished. It doesn't look like it just slapped scales on. So once again, let's look at this side. Right? And then let's look at this side. You see what I mean? You lose your continuity in here. You have floaters, or at least this appears to be one form. Does that make sense? No problem. I just think that, especially when you spend this much time and energy on something, make sure this stuff's clean. It's little touches like that that people look for, you know. Now let's look at our hands. And dashboard. All right. See, I think that you'd have a little lump there where it's intersecting with the hand. Doesn't have to be too dramatic. Can't tell if that's too dramatic or not. But like even from here, there's the implication that those are interacting, and that's important when you have soft tissue interacting with hard tissue. Move topological. Thumb's just floating. I probably would move the hand up where this is sitting right here. You get a nice interaction lump, and that gives a reason for the thumb to float. Right, because if you're just doing this, the thumb can float, but you're pinching here. And so it's like, not many of us do things like, yeah, I can't even get my hand to do it. Our natural tendency is to jam it into that corner because she's sort of resting her hand on it, right? Her hand's on that one, her hand's on that one. So getting that seat, I think, would make it look a little bit more there. Yeah, I think that get that, because see, she's resting her hand on there. I think that it's just natural for you to go all the way until you hit that thumb crotch. Punch this. Get a little bit more seat on that hair going in. And then, yeah, just get some of these to right where you just get a little bit more step separation in there. Oops, wrong direction. She looks great. The hair's a lot of fun. Awesome sauce. All right. So now, did we have more? Okay, these are ZPR, 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 ZPR. Okay, so let's go back. Because you all said you loaded them up as ZTLs, right? I mean, if worse comes to worse, I'll just do them later. Okay. Refresh. ZTL, ZTL, ZTL. Okay. So Jefferson is still ZPRs. That's okay. We can open those. I just want to do the ZTLs first. Because ZPR opens me up into your work environment and all of this stuff that we can't go back to. So I just want to make sure that Daniel, did that help at all? Did that make any sense? They downloading. Not yet. Oh, no problem. No drama. Oh. Where'd it go? Extract all. That's okay. I've been busy too. I feel you. Turn off our paint. Is he sitting on top of a tree? That is absolutely hysterical. All right. Let's look at that reference image again. That's awesome. Well, I would say you succeeded. It looks good. I think, hold on, let's see. Let's go back to our reference image real quick. Nope. As I say, this might be soft, but it doesn't really appear to be, does it? It looks great. I mean, a number of the things that, like if I were saying, I mean, you know, the style eliminates a number of the issues, but your layers look great. I mean, you're over and under, like, you know, this is going over, this is coming under. You have that down solid. He is wacky. He's awesome. Actually, you did a really good job with that. Sorry. Right. Over, under. Is coming over, under, under. I think you succeeded. You might want to. You might want to just. I can't find the front of him. I would probably. Come on. What are you doing? Where did I touch that it. There we go. I thought this was a pot brush. You making a scrub brush. The only thing I would say is, because the stylization's great and it's really him, but I would say that one, continue your teeth around so they actually look like teeth. But also, one of the things about teeth is, even if they're stylized, and you did the over and under really nicely on everything except your teeth, you kind of cheesed out on your teeth a little. And it's funny because you even got the gum stuff in there. Remember, the meat of the gum goes between the teeth, and then the teeth goes under these gums. Don't just cut in your teeth. Yet everything else really over and under, and everybody's in their correct layers. And I mean, you can get back to stylized really quick, right? But wrong direction. The teeth go under the gum, and then the gum goes under the teeth. Under the gum, under the teeth. And so you can do it by cutting in sort of at an angle, because this is stylized, so you're going to try to keep that. But if you notice, I'm not cutting down, I'm cutting back and in. So I'm not separating the plane of my teeth. I'm accentuating it. Right. Another thing you can do, just take slide and just punch that up under. And it really gives you directionality of planes. And that will read a wee bit more like teeth than just cut straight lines. But other than that, I think that your stylization is good. I think you got your image down. Yeah, it looks great. Yeah, it's good entertainment. But yeah, no, you did good. Looks good. Killing it. What is this? Oh, holy Hannah.
Very nice.
Yeah, very nice. See, the cloth does really well. Don't forget, I mean, you have it going so well, and obviously you just smoothed it or something, but make sure these go all the way in. Right. Obviously you want that to be on top of the other there. Isn't he usually on the back of a rat? Is this hair? Are you going to put hair texture on it, or is that where are you going with it? It's a beautiful model. Your negative space and positive space is great. You know, this is following up and around. This is coming down and around. If this is for a print or for a toy, I would say that I would probably bring this maybe to there. Obviously you could spread it out, but you want him to be a little bit more a bigger item, probably. I mean, like if this were all hand painted, it was like, but do you understand what I mean? Like he's the subject matter, so I think he's a little small here. Yeah, it's hair. Well, one sec. Let's. Okay, so. Yeah. Yeah, your flows are really, I mean, you know, it's just a lovely model. But yeah, let's see here. Can we Oops. think that's slightly better as far as the perspective and stuff's good, because you just don't want him so tiny. You know, he's such a bold presence that don't sell him short for the fabric. It's a city. Are you planning on printing it? I mean, is that the goal? I would assume so. Yeah, I think that you say you're struggling with it. I think I would rather it be more of a spiral. Because you have this lovely spiral thing going on here, you know? And so instead of the, right, it's kind of coming like this, and then it folds under, and then it folds under. But I think if you took this, and, you know, instead of folding it back and under, it became a spiral. That would balance out the stand some, unless you have something that's going here on the stand. I think that would balance out the stand some. Let's. This. Oh no, that's the original. Hold on. Back to here. You know, something where it's, and I'm going to mangle your mesh right now, sorry. Oops. I guess it's low enough we can use move topological. And also that gets him up in the air as opposed to being above the cape or the fabric. See, so looking from it that way, that's at least filling our stand up better. Oops. You know, something in that vein, maybe. It's a little mangled, sorry. Come on, you out of the way. Yeah, something in that way. Well, honestly, what's funny, hold on. I don't think I can bring it in as a ZPR. Yeah, it's been so long since I opened my damn thing. Let's see if we can actually get it to work here. In Bangkok, down by one of the 24-hour markets, there's this really beautiful Ganesh. I was a picture over here. While we're waiting for this to save. Oh, he's awesome. Where are my pictures? Thailand. Is that focused? Oh, let's try. Can you see that? He's cool. Okay.
Oh, you're gonna have to share that with me.
What, that pic?
Yes.
It's a good one. It's a good one. Right. So now So now we go to dynamics. Saturation to fitness on brush 4. Collision, set direction, gravity's on, collision volume. Oh. Right. No. I want this one to turn into a cone. Okay, so now I got you. Let me just make sure. Is it going to run? Interesting. Okay, so if we go into brushes and I go transpose, transpose cloth. See, my dynamics are not on. One second. Damn it. It's literally, I haven't played with this since beta. There's a way to get it to pool, and then you could wrap it around your thing and it'll give you a good dynamic. Sorry, I apologize. I really shouldn't be demoing this because I make it look like poo. Sorry, I literally haven't played with this since the beta. So, but yeah, something's wrong. See, it's like it's going off something in the middle there as opposed to just normally you can take it, go like this and wrap it around it, and it does very nice things. Watch a video of someone who knows how to use it, because I don't want to make this tool look horrible. Gravity is in camera. Why? Where do you see that? All right. We're not going to... I refuse to sit here and make this tool look bad because it's actually awesome. See how it's not...
Let's see. Mike Povovich has a good one, and so does Pablo.
Has good what? See how it's interacting with the thing and it's not even there?
Things on what you're doing, the
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh no. There's some really lovely videos out there. I just, like I said, I played with this. Oh, I see how you are. You bastard. All right. See,
Henry.
I see how you are. I see how you are. Yeah, I think that if you made the shape and then had the, I would have just gone to the preview, but that's a ZPR, and I don't want to do that. But like if you take this rough shape, you scoop it out, right? And then you take the cloth and drag it around it, push gravity and go, it'll slide down it, and it's good. I know. See, my friends, this is what I get. Okay. Beautiful. I like it. I think like I said, I think the cloth could be a little more dynamic in a spiral. It covers more of the thing, and it allows you to keep that there, and it's still very dynamic. It's been months. I've been doing other things. I haven't been playing with cloth. For jewelry, cloth's not super helpful. I mean, it can be. Someone left that door open.
I would think remember the lady in our class that did the ring with the shroud over the skull?
Mm-hmm.
I would think that would be like one of the only examples I could think of.
Yeah, well, I mean, there are ways of doing some very cool shapes and then using micro poly with it or something like that. But I'm just going to sculpt that. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's me. But I got some nice samples in beta. Because I was concentrating on it then. Yeah, you can. You definitely can. Also, the inflate brush, or the, what's it called? The cloth wind brush does that. It blows some wrinkles up. It's nice. I, on the other hand, not so much. Okay. I think that's all you need to do. You're killing it. It's beautiful. The sculpt's great. All right, what do we have next?
So while we're waiting for your next one, when your platform is up and running for your class, this is a new tool that you may be adding to or experimenting with to incorporate in your process, right?
What are you talking about? You mean cloth?
Yeah, the cloth stuff.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no. As soon as we get all the base stuff done, we're going to go through and really dig into the tools and just find specific applications for them. So yeah, without a doubt.
Making it hard to be a hype man here.
I was like, what? I'm tired, man. It's been a rough week. Well, I would say that your proportions are wrong on the face, if that's what you're going for. I'm assuming that's not what you're going for. Honestly, the anatomy's nice. I think, once again, I think the issue, you got this crossover well, the deltoid, the shapes are good. I think your abs are a little funny, but I think they're just flat, right? And just these lines cutting in. See how they're just Just a little too flat. I think this cavity is a little bit more trying to, where's this bothering me? I think just looking at it from the side. Like these kind of come like this. In. So your silhouette wants to be rib cage, right? This kind of comes in. There's a little bit more weight down here. It's not just a board. Hold on. He's leaning forward though. He's sucking in. But you see what I mean? It's not flat. Actually, this is a pretty good. Right, these are your ribs. And these are the muscles riding up off the ribs. And then there's sort of a crunch. There's like a short bowl, and then it comes out, and then that goes down into your pubis, right? Because a boom, boom. Does that make sense? It's not just a flat board. And I know everybody says washboard, but that's not true. Come on. See how they're round? And these are your big muscles going down in here. See, it's not just flat. You get a flat plane there, but then this comes in your abdomen. Right? You can see here. Boop, boop, boop. Does that make sense? All right. Other than that, everything's looking pretty good. It was close there. It's funny, especially in very strong. You get this like bulge right here, then your abs. And your ab. This is it's sort of an exaggerated bulge there, and then straight, and then the exaggerated bulge there. And I'm doing that super exaggerated, but right, you get the muscles coming off in the ribs, your high abs, and then the low abs kind of. But you were close. Just getting the don't forget, you know, your rib cage is in there. Well, first, I mean, the face is just completely the wrong shape. You know, you got to figure that, is that old dude going to be this muscular? Here, let's see. First of all, you don't want cloth dynamics on when you're doing that. Make sure you use the right transpose tool. Yeah, if his eyes are going to be the normal size you're dealing with. He's probably about that proportioned, I guess. Actually, his chin's probably still a little short there. I'm guessing that's about the proportion. Does that make sense? Maybe a little wider, actually. right? He's a little more square than that. Right. Alrighty. Is that everybody in this last batch? Yep, that's her. Monkey, right? Monkey.
We got Jimmy asking, can you crit renders as well? I'd
Sure.
like you to explain.
I mean, yeah. I'll crit a render. I mean, it's easier to crit. I mean, some of the things in renders, it's hard to tell if it's, like, if I see an issue, it's hard to tell if it's the model or the render. But, yeah, of course, I'll look at renders. I'll look at anything you got, man. You want to show me a model of the space shuttle? I'll look at it. So did we have other people download while I was doing other stuff?
Yeah, at least Saeed. I'm not sure if there's more than that.
I think that was Saeed's right there, if I'm not mistaken.
Whoops, you're right.
Hold on, let me...
And I think Jimmy the guy is too, right? Or did we already do him?
No, because... No, I don't think so. Hold on, let's...
Yeah, he's
Sure.
the one asking about the render.
That's fine. Okay, so Jefferson uploaded the ZTLs. We did these. These are the ones that need to be ZTLs. Okay, so we have done these. Boop.
Yeah, we got Jeff694 also said he uploaded his ETL.
Is that Jefferson? Jeff, are you Jefferson?
Yep, that's me, he says.
All right. Download. Yeah, that's good then. Did they download? It won't see them in a folder. So now Boop. Open. Holy Hannah.
Wowzers.
Well, something's going on in there.
It's a Ganesh, but in mech form. So what are you? There we go. Let's get down to the base of this bad boy and see what's going on. Slug alien. Okay. Well, the one thing I would say is that he is so non-humanoid. I might have given him a different count of fingers. Right? Let's see. Yeah, please feel free to join. And I like the anatomy on your arms. They're fun. You have some good sculpting going on there. I think I'd like to see you define this a wee bit more. Because we kind of have some bone stuff going on. It's almost like a bone armor structure thing. And I think I'd like to see you define it a wee bit more so it doesn't just become... Right, it doesn't... Oops, that is not clay tubes. Don't cut these big trenches in it because that flattens it out, and when you start putting all the other loose stuff on top of it, this stuff gets lost, it becomes chatter.
Tomas, you've got Jeff on voice. Just FYI.
Great. Well, wonderful. Is this Jeff? This is Jeff, is it not? Jeff?
Yes. Yeah.
Is he talking? I can't hear him.
Hello?
Hey, there you go.
Oh, so I can't speak, okay.
Yeah, you can speak. I can hear you.
Hello, everyone.
So, do you see what I mean by this? Because if this becomes a little bit more intentional, when the looser stuff goes on top of it, it doesn't blend into it. It looks like a, you know, like an anchor or support.
I don't quite follow.
So before this is, see like this stuff here, you have like just some big deep cuts and like these are some very loose forms, right?
Oh, I see.
I just want to see these a little bit more defined to function, if that makes sense, because you have this on top, and we lose track of what some of this is, right? Because you've gone over and over.
Oh, that other subtool, that's actually that's
hold-
a throwaway. That's actually not supposed to show.
Oh, it's this one that's supposed to show, right? Or is that an older one too?
It show the other one. Yeah, the
That-
one with the wings is the The other one is older.
Okay, so this is the one that's supposed to show.
No, not the one.
Because that
with
one
the
has wings,
is-
right? Okay.
Yes, that's the one.
Okay. So all I'm saying is that you have like this substructure that's supposed to be, I'm assuming this is supposed to be like a spacesuit.
More or less, it's. I was trying to go for something more of a spacey oriental type of garb, like I don't know, something more along the lines where it's like
Bone and tendon, or
I guess in a way, it's supposed to be part of his body,
Yeah.
so I guess it's more like an endoskeleton,
yeah,
to
yeah,
say the least.
yeah. So I just think that defining different forms, they're going to sell the different structures, right? Like these are kind of bony structures, right?
Yeah.
And then these are tendons connecting bony structures, or tension, stretchy, tendony shaped things. Yeah.
Yeah, he's supposed to be like kind of like a slug kind of alien, and he's kind of like oozing out of this endoskeleton that's kind of binding him together.
Sure.
And I was trying to kind of like add some techie elements to it, so like the little
the spouts and
the spouts that are coming off of him, and I sort of try to make it a little bit more ornamental in a way, where there's like some interesting forms going in and out. The holes that are barrel deep within, they're not like they look more defined rather than something organic and
no, I think I think you're getting there. I just think that texture and form are going to help you here, because if you make these simpler forms that sort of have, and I'm just endoskeleton, bony, hard surface, organic hard surface, right? Where this is one texture, and then these groovers are slightly different, right? Where you have these, I'm just going to say tendony, right? These are, you can make them lumpy and gloopy as opposed to tendony, but I'm just kind of tossing it out there, because what happens is when all of these are the same texture, right? See how this is all the same, right? It's just smooth. And you may not be done yet, obviously, but even just the feeling of the same texture, what happens is it just becomes chatter, right? We get back here and it's like, well, what's going where and how, right? It just gets a little chattery. So if I'm just trying to get some forms that are stretching in different directions, and you know. All right, W Dynamesh. Nope, everybody gets Dynameshed. No, except that whole except thing can get you in trouble sometimes. All right, so all right, so I am just going to do all right, so okay. Now inflate. I need more inflation than that. You spent a lot more time on your wrinkles. I'm just breaking up some texture here.
Wrinkles are just fluff, anyways.
Well, I'm just making him a little more boily. My boils are your wrinkles. So, body. Exoskeleton. Why are you saving? What? I need to check my save settings. This hasn't been 40 minutes, has it? Didn't this just save?
Ram's asking, are you subdivisions or Dynamo?
What's that?
Ram is asking, are you working in subdivisions or Dynamesh?
I just Dynamesh this together really fast so we could look at some different texture stuff. And I'm about to use Sculptris Pro as well, so this does not have subdivisions. But if I were actually going to continue to sculpt on this for a project, I would ZRemesh this, make sculpt. Well, I would do it after I do these tendon pulls. I would remesh it. But because I'm about to use Sculptris Pro, I just took those base shapes, threw them into Dynamesh, and then, yeah. I'm just, while we have going in, I just want to show how textures, breaking up some textures will start to define or give you from a distance a different definition of what's happening in the model that we have going on here. Maybe I'm just insane. Hold on, let's go to preferences, quick saves. I guess it was 40 minutes. Okay. And I'm just gonna let's kick this up a little so I can move some material. Okay, close enough to spit on. All right, so I'm going to just throw a different texture here. Distinctive texture break. And let's just okay, and now I'm going to mask this off. Stop it. Snip. Actually, I'm doing this the wrong way, but whatever. So close. Inflate. Well, that was weird. All right, that gives me a little meat to play with, and then now let's
Looks like he's reaching for his belly button.
ZBrusher, nope, Dynamesh. There you go. Look, my Dynamesh button is missing from this interface. That's okay. That's annoying. Mesh by Dynamesh. Bum, bum. Okay, did that remesh? It looks like it might have. There's my gear, accept. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Turn Sculptures Pro off. Okay. So, clay tubes. We have bumpy skin. We have a bone protuberances. And then we have tendony things. And I know these are not, excuse me. I know this isn't exactly what you're doing, but I just want it.
But it's in the ballpark.
Yeah,
Definitely.
we can definitely talk about it. All right, so that's that. Okay, so we have bony texture, we have tendony texture, and then we have fleshy texture. So if and once again, I'm doing this quickly. Don't put the same texture all over everything. Makes it boring, but
Hey Thomas, Ram is asking, what do you do if clay buildup brushes / smooth brushes, or if any other brushes behave reverse action, even though after resetting the current / all brushes?
see this button up here that says Z add and Z sub? Switch that to Z add. See, now it's additive. Hit Z sub, now it's subtractive. Is that what you're talking about? Flesh. Bone. So, and hold on, let's pinch some hard edges into this.
Thomas,
Mm-hmm.
a question: when you're when you're looking for shapes, what what kind of general rule of thumb that you usually go for when it comes to shape language?
You know, it's really funny. I mean, you just see these forms. I literally just, those were just forms that I laid in there. I didn't really have any big plans. So I'm just always looking for like some edges that are telling me a story. So let's kind of look in here, right? You know, you saw me, I just threw that down there. So I have flesh here. So I'm just going to come in here, go around that flesh. Obviously I wouldn't do it with pinch. You know,
I use pinch a lot.
I use it at the end. It's really destructive, and so if I don't see, we know that we are going to remesh this, or I know that I'm going to remesh this if I were going to continue to work on it, because this is a Dynamesh, and Dynamesh is a garbage mesh to work on. So I don't mind using pinch here because it's I'm going to Z remesh it, right? So that's okay.
We got someone asking, can I see how the topography of this at this moment?
Mangled. See all this? This is unsculptable, right? That's one poly, right? From there to there. I can't sculpt across that. But right now I'm just using pinch to mangle this, because I'm just trying, like I said, I didn't have a real plan in here, so I'm just using. And you know, you asked what kind of vocabulary, like, you know, this is somewhat like a pelvis, that's necky thing, you know, it's just, I see shapes and just kind of start pinching them out, you know, it's not let's get the tension in with that. All right. But here, let's look at this from back here, right? We have really distinct texture differences, right? We have a vocabulary here that you don't need to really pay too much attention to, because we have very distinctive texture differences for each of the categories, right? We have the tendony category, we have the meat category, we have the bone category. And so, like if I were going to actually come and sculpt this, I'd even come in and, you know, separate some of this out. So there's a very clear, very clear intersections between some of this stuff, right? And so even from back here, you can start to get that story. Now, as you lay stuff on it, right, and you start stacking more and more stuff on this, you can see that if these were a different texture and this was a right, if this was hard, bumpy, and square, and then these were thin, even if there wasn't texture, just the shape story is different. Does that make sense? Yeah. Right, like these could be pelvic bone, that could be a pelvic bone, but a pelvic bone isn't that thin, right? So the thin blade really looks like this blade. So are these the same things, right? So I would just explore using texture and form to break up the shape, because this gets very, and then you still have a whole nother layer of stuff on top of this, you know. So I think that really defining some of that to where it becomes a different shape vocabulary than what you have going. The different vocabularies will allow your eye to focus on what you want it to focus on. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I see where you're getting at.
Right. It just,
Yeah, right now it's just way too busy. That crane looking thing that I threw over him was just like an afterthought.
Mm-hmm.
But
But
the
if you hold on, let's.
but the overall gist of what you're saying is to make
It's just
clear
very, very
distinctions
visually
in.
busy, yeah. And so let's turn you off for a second, and let's turn you off for a second. But see how much clearer that is? You have 3 distinct vocabularies. None of them are the mechanical, right? And these kind of tie into the arm some.
Right.
Like you see how that, like, oh, well, that's flesh, right? Oh, that's flesh. Oh, that's tendon stuff. Oh, look, there's a bone. You know what I mean? It's very different than the chatter from this, and this is just very busy. So you need to make the creature sort of the calm spot. And it can have a bunch of busy stuff. You just need to tell the story with either texture or form.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right. So what do you got next? Is this one you?
So far the next two are nowhere near as busy as that one. But
So is it this one and
wait.
this one? Or are they
Oh wait,
these
no,
two?
that's not mine.
This one? This
That
one's
one
not
is.
you. This one's yours.
Yeah.
Okay.
No. Oh wait.
This one's yours.
I'm sorry. The Twitch stream is like
Oh.
is
Gonna be a
lagging
lag.
behind our speech. So
Sorry.
yeah.
Zombies yours?
Yes, the zombie one is the one.
Okay. Have you been watching Ash's stream? Your slobber is good.
Ash.
Yeah, A Cubed. She does monster. She's a ZBrush streamer, but she does some spectacular.
Actually, no, I've thought of, I got the slobber idea from Ryan.
Oh, okay.
Kingsley.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
of course.
like I saw one of his videos of how to do water with nanomesh.
Yeah.
And it was such a neat hack, so I just had to use it.
Oh yeah. Ash does a lot of slobber. She does some really spectacular slobber.
I think I've seen some of her work.
Yeah,
she's really neat.
All right. Let's look at what we got here. Nice. So you do a good job here of staying over and under, not just because like the other one had a lot of these slashes in it, and you just lose what's going on underneath with a lot of slashing. No, he's fun. He's good. Nice. All right, tongue is good. Coughing slobber, is that what we got going on? Yeah. Teethuses. Eye socket stuff. And eye socket. Okay.
We got a question here, Thomas.
What's that?
It says, how do we know Dynamesh or subdivision is best to use in which circumstance? I'm a newbie in ZBrush, just confused about it.
Well, a lot of people only use Dynamesh, and they have absolutely no control over their meshes. So, I tend to use quad meshes, and then if I have to Dynamesh, I will go back, Z-remesh, and make another quad mesh, because the problem is that if you have a high resolution model, it is impossible to smooth it or control it if you only have one subdivision level. So how I work and my theories behind ZBrush are really about maintaining as many subdivision levels as possible. Because, hold on, does this have subdivision levels? Yeah, yes.
No, no.
Not really. Okay, so let us say, hold on, let me do this. Okay. Append my sphere. Alright, let's just drag this down. Do we get enough over here? Hold on, let me fill some of this up real quick just so I have this little area above the face is what I was shooting for, I think. Oops. Come on, you. Okay. I think that's going to cover enough of this. Project all. No, I don't start with Dynamesh. I start with quad meshes. This ball is a quad mesh. It is not a Dynamesh. I'm just using this because I want some texture here. I'll show you the whole point.
You also got a question about, can you tell about sculpting using layers? How far can we use it? Question mark. And what for especially?
When I talk about sculpting and layers, well, sculpting and layers is everything to me. Because if you are just drawing on the surface, and when I mean that, I mean just drawing lines on the surface to get your definition. When you start to print, what that does is it removes surface continuity and it actually winds up flattening everything out visually. Where if you actually sculpt with something going under the other one, you get this little reflective edge right here, and that reads very, it reads much better in 3 dimensions. So when I say sculpting in layers, it's something I do the whole time. Okay, so you have your model here. Sorry, I kicked up the projection distance just so I was being lazy. Let's take that back down to 2 before I do something stupid. So let me divide this one more time.
No worries, no worries.
So you have this model, and so you're in here, and let's say you want to smooth this out. Well, you can see that I can smooth off the surface, right? But there is absolutely no way to smooth this surface at 6 million polys. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You can't do it. So what I do is, because I have 8 subdivision levels, I can lower my subdivision level down a few and come in. I can smooth this out. And you can see I consider these 2 different functions, right? This is relaxing the mesh, because if I were to go up, higher res, higher res, higher res, you can see that a lot of that detail is still there. So I'm not erasing the detail, I'm relaxing the mesh, so these big bumps got away. So let's go back down and lower here. That's where we were. I'm just to smooth that out. Higher res. Smooth it out. High res. Smooth it out. High res. Smooth it out. And so you can see that even with a 6 million poly model, I can go back and relax the surface smooth. You can't do that with a Dynamesh that only has 2 subdivision levels. Ain't gonna happen. So now the other really wonderful thing here, I'm going to just what's the easiest way here? Let's do this. I spent all this time. I have this eye, and I really want this eye to be up here, right? So what do? We try to move it. Well, if I move it, how am I going to move this? I distort everything. It's all wonky, right?
Yeah.
Well, we come back here. We lower res, lower res, lower res, lower res, lower res, lower res. Low res, low res. And so now I'm going to take this and I'm going to move this up here. But if you'll notice, I'm trying to keep these squares as even as possible. So we're going to get, because this is a big move, we're going to get a big stretch here in the cheek, but that's okay. I just want you to see how these guys work. I'm gonna, hold on. Let's go to move now, and let me see my grid. I want this stuff to kind of stay as even as possible. I'm just gonna come in here and tap this around to where, right, our grid's pretty square. You can see I'm just tapping the surface really. I don't want to hit smooth too hard because I don't want this mesh to change too much. Okay, so you can see that I've come in, I've relaxed that, I've moved that eye up, I've relaxed this mesh, and now let's come all the way back up. Now look, it retained almost all my detail, and look, this grid didn't distort out that much, right? Because it's going to try to reproject those details as you go up. And so this way I can clean and smooth my meshes very easily. I can go back down. I can move my meshes dramatically even after I've done a lot of sculpting on my model. So you cannot do that with Dynamesh because most people aren't going to Dynamesh to 700 polys, where I start it with, I mean, probably a couple hundred polys, and that gives me 8 subdivision levels. The more division you have in your subdivision levels, the more control you have over your mesh. You can relax your mesh for smoothing. You can move your mesh for detail, keeping detail, and you just can't do that with a Dynamesh. I mean, look at the move difference here. Right? I mean, we moved that a lot. Right? And if you look,
Yeah.
it really retained most of the detail that I keep square. Like I said, I knew we would get some stretching here, but I mean, it's a hell of a move.
It's totally manageable.
Yeah. So that's why I don't really sculpt in Dynamesh. And if I do, like when we did that torso, right, I needed that to be a Dynamesh because I was using Sculptris Pro to drag things out. So, yeah, there. Did that answer that question? All right. No, he's great. I like the use of the texture. You know, this is fun. No, he did good. Did good.
Thank you.
It's very disturbing. And did you have another one?
Why?
What was that?
No, I said it was the last model, I swear. I sure which one it was.
Where did it?
It's not that one.
No. Is that it?
No. That's the one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have really dynamic posing. It's nice. Yeah, I think once again, I think if you start, if you start delineating some of these things with texture, you're going to be able to pop because you're very busy, very kinetic, very action, and you need to find moments that are still that will start to attract the eye. And does this have higher res, or is that is?
I think this one does have
Yeah.
subdivision levels, yeah.
Because because this is like if this is smooth, right? You have these nice triangles going on here. Smooth, 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 right? You have a nice framing going on there. So I would probably change the texture of these a little, give it more noise. Does that make sense? Just get some of that
Have
separation.
a bit more contrast.
Yeah. Because these are so visually chaotic and so visually kinetic, you lose a lot of you lose like this pose and stuff. I think also you could play with your negative space a little bit more where, hold on, let's get that guy. If this were here, see the negative space between the legs, you start to get that V going up there. right? So now you get this here, you get this here, this here, this little high point, V. That's a return. You know, play with your negative space a little bit, because that's another way that you can start to accent the form that you have going. See, you know, that's a good angle for it there. See, the skull is framed in the triangle of the leg. You know.
I have a render of this. And it's framed a little bit more. Actually, the way you have it is closer to how I have it in my render.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. I think that, you know, they're nice, they're fun. I just either use negative space, texture, you know, try to come up with a way to really pop the substructure in some format, you know, separate the stuff off. And I know that, you know, a lot of times these are being painted, so that's not a problem. But with these stands, you know, I'm thinking you're going to go to printing, and you know, that's real important, the printing, because if you have just too much surface stuff, it just becomes chatter, and you know, then it's just visually chaotic, and you're like, what the hell's going on over there?
Right.
All right.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah, no, it looks great.
I have a question though. Granted, you know, this is a creature with some elements of human anatomy. What with what I have here, what do you think I should focus on a bit more in my anatomy studies?
Of your anatomy studies? Honestly, your anatomy's good. I mean, you obviously have a good sense of anatomy, because like the arms on this guy, where'd it go? Is it that
Man,
guy?
that could be a Conan statue in a heartbeat.
Right. Are these your arms? You know, that's solid anatomy. I mean, you know, you have you're getting the feel of over and under, right? This is inserting up here. You know, you've made that baggy, but I can tell that your tension's down here. You know, you have a good concept of what's actually going on, right? You added this bulk, but there's tension from here, thin, fat, right? Over, it's coming under there. Your shapes are good. This muscle's here, you know, and you're distorting it, so it's, you know, it's, but I think you have a pretty good understanding of what's going on. So, you know, honestly, I would say whatever you're doing fairly right. You know, because even when you start abstracting these, you get back to your correct silhouettes, right? You know, I would just say that if you're doing monsters and stuff, where it's going to show our joints are a big point where anatomy shows if you're trying to be alien, you know, and often it is very much just like the alien earlier. You know, a lot of it is, you know, just kicking your joints out, getting extra bends in, you know, changing your scale, you know, but just remember that there are muscles and your insertion and origins would be dependent thereof, you know. But I think that, I mean, honestly, you know, it's kind of hard to judge or to comment on stuff that's obviously distorted, but I think that you're actually pretty tight, honestly. I'd like to see just an anatomy study on a standard person. But I think that, I mean, you have a good grasp of what's happening there, I think. That's where I think if you just get, if you wrap your head around, I mean, you have so much visual chaos. If you wrap your head around how to find the moments of calm to drag the eye where it's going, that'll help you a ton. But from your arms and stuff, you have a pretty solid grasp of what's happening. And the fact that your muscles are actually wrapping over and under one another, and it feels like things are moving under. That's a big part of the problem, or a big part of the trouble, the difficulty of what's going on. No, I mean, you're doing great.
Right. Thanks.
Yeah.
No, oh no, ZBrush, why?
Oh no, it's saving. It's saving.
Oh, right. Things are delayed on my end. So.
Yeah. No, it's fine.
Yeah. Thanks a lot for the critique. Yeah, with anatomy, like, still kind of starting to practice anatomy. It's like the big monstrous subject that I'm kind of hesitant to really tackle.
You know what? Get in there and just sculpt bodies. Just find a pose. Use photo reference though. It's important to use photo reference because then you can tell if you did it right or not, right? You can look at it and eventually you'll start to develop an eye where you can say, oh, that's where the issue is, or, oh, that's where the issue is, So just find pictures of bodies and go at it. Do you use any books at all? Do you have anyone's books? Or are you just, how are you going about it?
From Eric Goldfinger, wait, did I even pronounce his name right? It's the black and white book from the, it's like an atlas of human anatomy. I forgot.
Yeah.
I have it.
Well, I'll tell you what, this guy I really like, especially for sculpting, and it's kind of like this actually. What is it? Anatomy for Sculptors. And he bases it on, you can tell that Bridgman really did a lot of, he did a lot of stuff with Bridgman, or he learned a lot from Bridgman. But what I like about him is that these are actual people, right? And he shows a photograph and then he's showing you what the anatomy does.
The breakdown.
But what's really good about it too is that he's showing you sort of the function. He breaks it into simple form. He shows you the anatomy and then the fixture, right? You can see this. And the key to being able to sculpt anatomy, and draw anatomy, is being able to identify the forms that are actually happening, right? If you can see the forms, you can sculpt them. And, it's just simple things like, what is actually going on a nose? Well, it's not just a wedge. You have the bridge, you have the cheek muscle tucking in, the eyes tucking out, right? And so he breaks them up into these really great plane studies, right? And I just think that, like, he's showing you how this is the same model, but he adds fat to it. And, he just really, I like the way he breaks things up into planes. Because when sculpting, I'm always sculpting in planes first. I'm laying in my block up, right? So if I know that I'm blocking up an arm, it's a lot easier if you're throwing in shapes like that, throwing in shapes like this, and then, you can wind
flash
up
on
with
top.
it. Yeah. So I'm a big fan of his stuff.
I found the book that I was talking about. It's from Elliot Goldfinger, Human Anatomy for Artists.
Yeah.
It shows like a whole catalog of cross sections of every muscle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very neat book.
It is a very good book. I have it. I'll tell you what else is kind of cool. I don't know if I always forget what it's called. Hold on, I have it right here.
I posted Constructive Anatomy.
Oh yeah, that's Bridgman.
I posted the link on Amazon for that, and the other one, the Sculptor and for one you just mentioned. I posted the Amazon for that too, but you can get it cheaper on that person's website, which I also posted their link there too in the chat.
Thanks for that.
The other thing that's really cool is this is called Visible Anatomy or Visible Body. And you can rotate around and like you can hide body parts, right? So you can see what's underneath it. And yeah, here, dissect. Boop. 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 Right, so you can actually see what's layered on and under. And it actually has, I can never find them.
I just posted that link in the chat as well.
There are these little... Where are the little... Oh, here. No, that's... Little videos. So the other thing that it does, I don't know where it is. I can't remember how to get to it, but like it has different little videos for like the arms, so you can see. Here we go. So it shows you what muscle is, posterior and anterior twisting. What muscle is used when you're flexing, and it goes through and it does all that, so you can actually really see what your functionary muscles are and how they're attaching and stuff. It's a really good reference. Okie dokie, artichoke. Anything else you got?
Yeah, the anatomy of sculpture for you guys. If you go on their website, you're going to pay half of what you would pay on Amazon because and you can also get a digital copy download, and that's a lot cheaper as well.
Yeah, it is.
Also, they do that face one.
Yeah, the face one's great because it really shows you how these are formed. Now I think they also sell physical, like Yggdrasil, yeah, and
I haven't seen that on their site.
Isn't it there? Am I crazy about that, or is that a different kind?
I know ZBrush, Pixologic has their version,
but it's made by a different guy. Those guys, the ones who make the ones for ZBrush, they have a good site. I can't remember their name.
I can't find that site.
Well,
I always just go to the ZBrush Pixologic because that's the only place. I've been wanting one of the big ones that they sell so bad.
Can you all hear me chewing gum? Is it just like...
I don't hear it.
Okay, good.
It's very faint, and we only heard it when you asked if we could hear it.
Okay, good. I was just sitting here because I hear it really well, and I'm like...
Now I'm listening for it, though.
Right?
Bastards.
Yeah, I want one of their $300 big
Yeah, when I went to school, yeah, they had one of those. It's such a nice one.
They made us sculpt them in school.
Yeah, when you dig deeper into the site, you can just get the thing. You don't have to bundle it with the CD. But the big ones are always out of stock.
Watch this.
And the cool thing is now they've incorporated magnets so the arms can come off. so you can see a side view of it like that. And I think the head.
Here you go. Anatomy tools.
It is never that easy for me. Post that link, would you please, so I can put it in our list.
That man just Googled anatomy tools. That's all he did.
But every time I Google something and he Googles something, everything comes up different. I don't know why.
Well, Anatomy Tools is the name of the company. I didn't just Google Anatomy Tools. I mean, Anatomy Tools is the name of the company.
You did, though.
Yes, but I knew that Anatomy Tools was the name of the company. You know how? If you go to Pixologic.
Oh, is it in the description somewhere?
Hold on.
Yes.
Or that's the
this big thing right here. Seller Anatomy Tools.
Oh, I never look up at that part.
The part that says seller?
I thought that was a classification of like the subtitle of the page.
It is. That's where the people who sell things put their name.
Well, you know what I mean. Like it's just telling you, here's the category and what we're doing with it. I never even scrolled up to think, hey, that might be where it's at.
All right. To get Mike out of this hot water, Saeed has a question. How can we improve our face sculpting skill? Is there a book or a video or just tips?
Well,
thanks, Henry.
Sculpting. You're welcome.
I hope that's too small for you all to read.
No, we got it.
You saw Sculpting for Sculptors?
That's hysterical.
This book's really good because he shows how the muscles work. Like, see, as you open your mouth, right, the tendons stretching across these muscles. And so it's showing how each of those features are formed. And what I like is that these are actually people. And so he's showing you the difference between jaw angles. He's showing you the difference, right, your breakdown of the percentages of grids and all your muscles. Yeah, but I like that he does it on, based on people, because it lets you see the actuality of what's going on, right? And he really goes through and shows you. I don't know. I think they do a really good job.
This is great stuff.
Yeah. I mean, it's just good information that you don't get a lot of places,
I went through that book, haven't read it all the way, but you'll notice that if you get that book, you will start seeing all those things on people's faces that you never saw before. And you'll be like, holy crap, wow.
Oh, Lee hates watching TV with me because I'm always like, oh, she's got baby jaw. And I was like, wow, look, her face is really long. Oh, his jaw is twice the size of she's like, my God, I keep looking at people now. Stop.
Right? You just start analyzing everything subconsciously.
Oh, I do it loudly. Okay.
Up next, Jimmy.
The pug. Get rid of that. Because we can hide.
Yes, hello there.
Hey, Jimmy.
Hey, Jamie.
Hi, Jimmy. So, I think...
Yeah, so before you say anything, I just wanted to put this out there because I am not I'm applying to college, and that's that, like, just keep that in mind while you crit me, because it's not gonna be super great.
Oh no, it's nice. It's fine. I just think that, what do we have here? So when you did this overlay here, I think you got, oh, it's not even much. I think we might even just use clay fill here. And I just want to backfill this up just a touch. Because you have this nice flesh rollover, but I think that it just got a little too, see, in here too, you came back in, and it seems like you used like a soft slash brush or something, and you came in and did this, right? You came in and did this. Don't do that. Because once again, it starts to separate your surfaces. So over sculpt it, get that plane right, and work from the bottom. That's too strong. What am I? Well, that explains why that's too strong. Sculpt a plane, get it right, and I'm not correcting your plane. I'm just trying to show you what I'm talking about. Right? Make sure this plane gets correct, because this is the one on the bottom here. And now come back in and now roll it over. Get that to roll over. This is going to roll over.
So you're just talking about the skin, like hanging over those edges, right?
Right. So the edges have weight. Because see here, see how you, hold on, let's go back to the beginning here. Boop. See how this is, the profile of this, if we look at this, right, is, it comes down, but then there's a scoop here. I'm being melodramatic, obviously. There's a scoop there, right? And so what happens is that this right here is sort of a half round, so you're going to get a bright reflection here, where when you're doing things that are flopping over, right, I'm working on the angle of this plane, so I know that that's inserting up in there. Get my clay tube, and I'm just gonna throw strokes on here so we can see some direction. Okay, right, that cheek is going back up and under. I also would work with a little bit more resolution there. See here too, we're going to just get it to where it's a plane going in. You can puff this back out. But this is, this intersection, what's important. So we want this to be a plane. We don't want it to be a scoop. Comes in. And so now this side is coming over and around. But the high point of this is out here a little more. Right, see, these aren't creases. They're surfaces intersecting with one another. So when they're going over one another, it's not a V, it's a step. Does that, I'm obvious, I'm being melodramatic here. I'm not trying to get your anatomy correct. I'm just trying
No,
to
you
get you.
just like add skin weight, right?
Right. And so that's going over that. That's going over that. And then that's coming out and over that. So if you think of them as planes that are sitting on top of one another, I think you're going to wind up, because, I mean, this is very nice. You know, I mean, you're very close. It looks good. I just think that you can get these to be, you know, if your transitions are a little less V-shaped and a little bit more half round to flat, it's going to read like you're actually getting transitions there. And the thing is once you once you get these things brought in like planes, excuse me. Right, then you can come back in and get everything a little softer, or however you plan to do it. But at least your reflections work the same. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay. I think that's going to help a lot, because once again, you've got, I mean, this is actually good. The proportions and the forms and everything's nice. I just think you instead of thinking of these things as lines cut in, and you think of them as steps, right? See, I'm just drawing with the outside edge of that brush. But it tells a depth story there that see, it doesn't look like lines, it looks like things that are going over and under one another. And I think that's really the only real issue you got here, because, I mean, your stuff's, like I said, your stuff's in the right place. I think that it just comes down to and you must make noise. If you're not making noises, you're not trying. Because even if you come back in and you don't want them that dramatic, at least that intersection is still, one is still on top of the other, you know, so they're going to reflect that way, even if you make them soft. See, bright edge shadow, bright edge shadow. Make sense?
Yep.
Hold on.
I just wanted to ask one thing. So you when you have like depths in your rings, I guess, and
Mhm.
you use that particular brush to just add some noise and details. That's like that texture is similar to the one that is on the nose, basically. So I just wanted to ask how like which brush is that, because I did download your brushes and like all of them have the same thumbnails. So which one is that?
The bumpy texture?
Yeah.
It is form bump. Do you mean this texture? Is that what you're talking about?
Yep.
Yeah, form bump. TW form bump. Bump, bump, bump. And I just use it really tiny and high, right? It's like 100%, really tiny. Make sure lazy mouse is turned off. Yep. And just keep moving, right? Because you don't want to go over it too many times, but you don't want big spaces. Cha-cha. Any other questions?
No, but I had like a separate the renders that I wanted to have a credit on.
Are they here? Or did you upload them?
They're in ArtStation, and we both just posted the link.
Yep.
Boop. Oh, very nice. Field. I think I like them against the blue the best. I think the red you lose some of it. Purple's pretty good. I think if you're going to use depth of field, like unless there's, let's say there's a bug here, right, and it's more like macro photography where you have this as the focus, because right now you're sharp here and you start to blur
I
out
think
of
I
here.
went a little too much on the depth of field.
I think that if you have it here, right, where this is sharp, you have fall off here and a little fall off on these back. I think that's a better kind of composition of the depth of field. That's getting closer. I think even just a touch less, where you start losing it back here and then maybe back here.
So basically, like 2 months ago, in your stream, I saw you like make the base of the rose. So initially I wanted to make a realistic rose, but then I realized it's not really possible unless I have it in planes. So I just, if you could give like 2 minutes on that.
On the other, is it the other render? Is that?
No, it's not another render. I just want you to show how would I go about doing that, if that's possible.
Oh, making the rose petals?
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, sure. I mean, we have your rose petals here, don't we? Come on here. Let's do this. Let's grab rose. Well, the only thing, I mean, you did a good job here. The only thing that I see as the issue is that it doesn't open as it's going along. It's tight, 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 loose, loose, loose. So I would, here, I'll just use this guy. I would make it a little less busy. A real rose may very well have that much going on. But on things like this, we want to, let's see. So which one's in front? So you can see I'm starting to put some air in there. And then so, is this a Dynamesh?
I don't think so.
It's not a quad. What is it? Right, let's Dynamesh this real quick. And the only reason I'm doing this is just so I can get a little less mangled mesh fast. Once again, I'd normally do this with quads so I could go in and smooth and stuff, but let's keep it simple. So I'm coming back in and smoothing so I can go back in and retune because I had a few little weird spots. And really, there should be something there. You're just crisscrossing back and forth because these are pedaling. So then maybe SK cloth. And this brush has a little gravity on it, so that lets you get the little lips right here. There should be another slice in there that shouldn't just go around like that, but right. So now back to clay tubes and just punch some of this depth so these stay looking thin. So anywhere the leaves look thick, or petals, and just go back in and punch them in. And then get a big orb cracks, make it a little softer. I mean, does that help at all?
Yeah, it looks much better, to be honest,
Right, and so
because I can see the petals now. So
yeah, and then I did the same thing I said you shouldn't do. I opened this up a little too quick. This should be a little tighter. Right, these should get more open as they go along, and these, I opened these up too quick, but I think you get the idea. Does that make sense?
yeah,
Cool. Something in that vein, I think. Oh, goodness. Yeah, I think that's all it is. Because where you see how everyone's the same distance, the same length. So what you wind up is something that's busy. Right? Boom, 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 boom. See what I mean?
Yeah.
Where the pedal really should be doing something like that. Because it's falling open. You know, as they get ripe, the farther ones out just start to fall off, and they just kind of unpeel, and the ones on the outside fall off, and they just get looser and looser and looser. Alrighty. You have any other questions?
What about the sepals?
The what? I'm sorry.
Like the petals and the stem and everything.
Oh, okay. Sure. Where are...
Oh, I don't think it's there in this one, but
Oh, okay. Well, here, let's just pick
in the
one.
renders, I think, but not here.
Yeah, it's okay. We can start from there. So, which one did I dynamesh? Come on. Has it been 40? Yep. I have a Facebook page, but I don't use it much, sadly. I think I let down my education community from my classes a couple years ago because I got really busy. And I look back at it like I hadn't posted anything for like a year and a half. But a lot of the people are just like, all right.
Maybe Henry can write you an auto button that just updates them all at the same time.
Well, they have programs
That
that
already
do that.
exists.
Yeah, I was like, isn't
Oh, you have to show us that, Henry.
isn't Hootsuite and isn't that what those things do?
There's so many of them, yeah.
But they don't post to Instagram.
Sure they do.
Instagram's algorithm doesn't let them do it or whatever.
Oh, well, yeah, all right. So there's ones that are an application on the phone, and those can post to Instagram, but you can't post to Instagram through
An
computer.
exterior, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a pain in the butt, honestly. Ah, there it is. Okay. So let us Sculptures Pro inflate Sculptures Pro. What is that about? It's okay. Come on. Did I just crash? Or was that someone else? Okay, while I'm waiting for this to respond. Potty break. I'll be right back. Oh, shicely. Oh, yeah.
Hey, Mikey's,
Yeah.
hop over to admin only chat for a sec.
I don't have that admin open.
It's you're in the Twitch streaming one now. If you just scroll down, it's the farthest on the bottom.
Yeah, I don't have it.
All right. I'll just type it.
Yeah, the other day when he was in it, that's when it was at the bottom, but I don't even have that one down there. Yeah. Was trying to think if we have any Chinese presenters for Pixologic. I think we may have one.
Oh, that's not good.
It never is.
Hey, Tomas.
Well.
Tomas. Oh, he doesn't have his headphones in. Does he have headphones?
No, I don't. Yeah, I think he does.
Yeah, he does. He's putting them in now.
What do I do? What?
Hey, do you have the ability to make me a moderator on YouTube?
On YouTube?
YouTube.
I don't know. Let's see.
Remember, don't type a password.
Yes, don't do that.
Or turn off soft sword.
Thawthord. It should just log in. Laugh path. So where would I do that? I guess in here. Your channel.
So we are on Pixologic's channel.
Can I
Not
make?
streaming to your own channel right now?
Oh. Oh. No, I don't think I do. Hold on.
Okay.
Trying to help this poor Lang Piddle guy.
What's going on?
Oh, he's Chinese and he can't understand us. He doesn't understand English very well. So I'm trying to find a presenter. So I just showed him the presenters page, and maybe there can help.
Does YouTube have CC whatever? What it? Oh, we're not even gonna go where my brain just went. Closed captioning. Say the point is that he can't speak English. That's always helpful there.
Did
Okay.
I say that right? Sorry.
Oh, what's that?
Did I not say it right? Sorry. I'm all hopped up on the meds, man.
No. Say it was like, please speak English. It's like, well, he can't. That's the point.
No, I don't think that's the problem. I don't think it's an inability to speak English.
He just won't speak English?
No, I don't.
I'm confused.
I'm trying not to be accusatory.
Okay. Well.
He just said I won't.
No. Well, okay. That's fine. I don't know. No, it's good. If I get one of those little translator things. Okay. All right. I blew it. We'll try again. Boom. Boom. I'm not waiting any longer. Boom.
Henry, did you get the admin thing to work in Discord?
The admin thing to work in Discord?
Well, to get me onto the admin channel so we can
talk. No. I forgot. I just forgot. I mean, it looks like you...
Isn't he in the admin channel?
Yeah.
I don't have the option open to me in the...
You just touch the window.
I don't have the window.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to see the... I mean, I'm
Mr.
looking at your permissions right now.
Snarky.
It says you do. I do that.
It's at the bottom of our lists, right?
It's down here. Oop, wait. You just scroll, see? Okay. Roses.
Yeah, those right there. That's not showing up on my stuff.
No. Well,
Yeah.
don't know what to tell you.
Mr. Snarky Snark.
Well, I can't get my... All right, we don't need all those other... This was the last model I had to load it, so let's just look at this model instead of having one that's 100 billion polygons.
Yeah, okay, that's...
Dun, 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 dun.
Okay, Mike, look now.
Looking. Not there. Maybe I need to close Discord and start over?
It should just happen on the fly.
You would think, but my gremlin's in my computer, man, sometimes.
Oh. Whoops. Oh, no, no. Cancel. Cancel, cancel, cancel.
He just killed you.
Ah!
All right. So let's get to the bottom of this. That's so funny. Here, let's do this here. I don't have my make Dynamesh button. Ugh. Okay. That's really annoying. Hold on.
Did it just drop off?
Yeah, it used to be right here, and it's not. I don't really have answers for that one. Here's my Dynamesh button. Hold on. Preferences, config.
There it is. I'm on it now.
Enable customize.
All right. Tomas will be back in a second.
Okay.
Mike, pop over admin for a second.
Boop. And now, enable customize. Watch this, preferences. Save UI. This UI is, what's today's date? The 29th? 9/29. Preferences, store config. So obviously, well, depending on what config you get. If you got the one before this one, or before the last one, it had my Dynamesh button on it, but I don't know why. It was causing me grief. What was that about?
What was what?
I think that's the wrong Dynamesh button. Hold on.
I think your resolution is low.
Well, it says 1.5 million right here. See the resolution over here. See, I think I got the wrong Dynamesh master. I got the wrong Dynamesh button. Listen to him go.
God, I wish I was only half.
Thoroughly depressing. Dynamesh.
Yeah, Henry, so I can see it, but I still can't do anything about it.
Okay. Now there we go.
Right.
Okay. So now, see it's on here, Let's change this to 1.9 Dynamesh. 1.855. Okay, close enough spit on. All right. Oh, hold on. Before we do this, disable customize, save UI. We're gonna save overview, save. Yes. Okay. Preferences, store configuration, okie dokie. There we go. So we Dynamesh that. Oh, I see. When we crashed, we didn't save my.
Hey Henry, do I gotta get out of Twitch streaming, like cancel that, and then try go in? Because I tried both ways.
Nah, you should just be able to click it and just pop back and forth. Don't worry about it.
Well, dang it.
I'll figure out the permissions later. They
Okay.
seem right to me, but I guess not.
Do I need to do it?
No.
Is it a classification thing on my profile, maybe?
Yes, but I think I have it all configured properly. I just think you're doing something wrong, and I just don't want to admit that publicly.
Oh. Well, hey man, it's not like you go over there and click it. If I'm doing that and you said that's all I gotta do, come on now. No, Mike, I don't want to admit you're a moron. That's okay, man. Thomas does it to me all the time.
What?
But I appreciate your thinking about me.
I have no idea what he's talking about. Did you just see it? Guys, you hear him? He just threw me under the bus.
Hey, Mike, did you know if you just hit this thing that says seller or something or other?
You talking to me?
Nah, it's all right. Hey, if you can't laugh at yourself, man.
Then you suck.
Right? If you
Yeah.
can't have, yeah. Henry, I'm doing everything except sacrificing a chicken, so.
Oh, well, that's what
Maybe
it says right here.
Yeah, I think that's what. The
That
manual
explains your
is.
problem.
Right. Hold on, let me get the book.
Yep.
There's a
Yeah.
book?
Hold on. Oh, 1 second. Yeah, step 7, right here. Sacrifice chicken.
Yep, I
Yeah,
thought so.
there you go. There you go. Man, I bet you have a wall of programming books, don't you, Henry?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, it's inherent in every coder.
I have a wall of program books. Physical ed, broken down, snake hook. There we go. Inflate.
Yeah, I got admin. It's my tab says admin only text.
Well, that's part of it. It's the one right below that. The one that
Okay,
says
well,
seller. All right.
I'm sorry, I was looking away. Did you just snake hook that out?
Yep, I just snake hooked that out.
I was looking for chicken, man.
Maybe.
All I got is an old turkey leg I was eating on. That's gonna have to do.
Or it's already done, as that may go.
It has been sacrificed in one form or another, let me tell you.
Do we have just a heckler spammer? Is that what's going on over here? I see a lot of YouTube voices going on.
I think I just figured out a way to solve the problem.
Yeah, I think that was I was in that boat with you there.
I was working on it, but we don't have permissions where we need them. So I just solved it for Twitch at least.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Nope, sure didn't. Never mind. Didn't work.
One sec. Oh, it's 112.
Yeah, I've got banned restream bot.
I don't know if that's going to be the answer, sadly. What's that?
The last little commentary that just popped up in the chat window.
No. You can do it. Yeah, look at that. And so yeah. Remind me to ask Kyle about that. And so if you want these to be leaves, remesh. Yeah, I just, since I'm Z remeshing, I just dynameshed. Nice thing about having the Dynamesh master button right here, I did have it up here, but I don't know what happened. my interface changed a little. So if I take snake hook, drag it out, oop, turn on Sculptris Pro, drag it out. I always like to inflate it again because it just, now usually I'll turn Sculptris Pro off because it can do weird things. Inflate it, and then since I have Dynamesh selected, I just drag it and it remeshes.
So Sculptris Pro, snake hook, inflate, smooth it back down, relax the mesh.
Mm-hmm. Das ist die answer. Get your little leafy shapes. I'm just using slide because that way it stays on the same plane. And then I'm gonna make slide saw and just go boop, 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 oops. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right, Control W. Boop. Let's get rid of that bad boy. Oops. Oh. Mask. Flip. Control W. Boop. I can get rid of that bad boy. Sculptris Pro is useful for quite a few things. For doing what I just did there, for bridging. I use it a lot for bridging open spaces. I use it for finishing a lot. I use it more for finishing than I do sculpting. But every once in a while you just need to move some material around, and it's good for that. If you have holes that are blown in, it's good for that. The real key is just to get them thin out towards the edges, so that way it's telling that story. And Okay. Come back in. Define your crossovers. Mm-hmm. As soon as I'm done with this, I can show you if you want.
A random question for you. So like the lockdown, how did that affect you? And you work in jewelry, and that's something that cannot be given digitally, and you have to physically give it to a person.
Mm-hmm.
So did the lockdown affect you and your work?
Yeah, actually, I I lost probably maybe 15, 20 grand of work because I was doing a few wedding rings and they canceled weddings, you know. And then that was really my big hit, but mostly I've been working on my education platform recently. And so in that case, it actually helped the education stuff because more people are kind of online and doing stuff. So I had 2 really big classes, and that was nice. And hopefully I'll get my education platform sorted out here soon, and then that will be helpful. But yeah, as far as my freelance work and my jewelry work, it definitely hit the jewelry industry hard. Because, you know, you have to come in and try things on, and bridal, you know, people like to come in and look around, but I think some of that's coming back. I don't really work in a store anymore, but some of the people I know who work in the store aren't crabbing as much recently, so I'm figuring it's a little better. Okay, and then boop. These are a little too flary. These actually fill in a little bit more. Yeah, no, it's been interesting for sure. I just can't believe that we've opened schools up and everyone's like going to beach parties. Are you kidding me? Ay. Yeah. Don't get me started. It won't be pretty.
I mean, you
So,
just work for like 21 hours in your office, so I don't think you care much about the beach parties.
Yeah, no, to be deadly. I mean, this is going to sound horrible, but it really didn't change my life much. I don't leave the house a lot. And so I insisted on doing I'm house sitting with my friend's mother because she's older. She's 76. And so they asked me if I'd stay and hang out with her. So, you know, she can't chop wood and things like that until we figure out that, you know. So I've been staying at the house, and so I did a lot more grocery shopping because I wasn't going to let her go grocery shopping, but now she's going to the damn casino. So I said, hey, look, you're no longer my responsibility. No casinos. But yeah.
Oh my God, that place? Really?
Huh?
A casino? Every surface in that place.
Well, no, I guess, well, she took a video with her phone because I was like, are you kidding me? And I'll give them credit. I mean, every time someone gets up, they spray the living hajibas out of it. But you're still around a bunch of, well, I'm not a big casino fan to begin with, so I don't know. Don't know if I'm the person we should be asking about this. But I know, well, 4 jewelers that went out of business. So, I mean, it hit hard, you know. But
It came in like a wrecking ball.
wow. What'd you do with that money?
Some short-haired wacky girl got, and a lot of it.
Stop it. Boom, 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 boom. No. Stop thinking that way. Okay.
Man, I was thinking I should crash out about now, but once I got all my sleep today on the table, I'm invigorated.
Since I was out like a light most of the time. I'm glad someone is. I was out like a light all weekend. I was down. Ay, ay, ay. Nope. Wow, I don't even know what that means.
It means
Wow.
they got some weird cheese.
Oh, oh, brutal. That's ugly. That's ugly.
So Jeff is asking, as a jeweler, are there certain rules of thumb to look for when making a piece of jewelry? Is it not about unique shapes and patterns? I don't know a thing about jewelry, so hee hee.
Well, you know, I mean, obviously, if you make more unique forms, your work's more unique and in turn feasibly more sellable. The jewelry industry is weird. The problem with the jewelry industry is this. You have to understand that basically all jewelry is made out of the same stuff, right? It's either silver, gold. I mean, you can get into cobalt, chrome, and platinum, and rose golds, and blah, blah, blah. But it's all the same stuff. And the thing is it all costs us the same amount. So, the only thing that makes jewelry of value is what people think that value is. And, the only difference between, like, a Tiffany setting ring that I make and a Tiffany setting ring that Tiffany makes is a blue box and a little thing that is perceived value. And it's an interesting kind of tricky, weird thing because, especially now in the days of influencers, there's a lot of garbage in the world that people think have value, and it's hard. It's hard to retain. Is that not minimum connection point 1? What the hell's going on here? Why are those points being weird? So basically, if you can develop a style, get known for it, and make work that doesn't fall apart, and you could be a brilliant designer. And if you don't know how to use YouTube, you may never do a thing. It's really frustrating because as a person who is a crafts person, I mean, I was a physical sculptor for decades, and then I started doing jewelry. So craft is important to me. To see what's happened because of, social media, and where people think because some ding dong is on YouTube or on Facebook or something like that, that it makes the work good because they have 1 million followers. That doesn't mean you're a competent goldsmith. So for me, it's a little frustrating because, I have an ex-student who has like 38,000 followers on Instagram and this and that. And he's like, well, you should have just done it better. And I'm like, yeah, but, so it's tricky these days, especially now COVID, because really that online presence is your only presence in a lot of ways. And needless to say, I'm not an impressive social media-er.
Only because you can't figure out the computer.
I can't. You've seen me try.
I have.
It's painful.
Anyway, we've got another question. Do you use Damn Standard?
I do not.
The brush? No.
I use a series of brush. Those are what I consider drawing tools. So I use Orb Cracks. I use SK Carve. I use Slash. And I use Pablo's Knife Sharp Control. So, yeah, no Damn Standard. Everyone uses.
And do you wear your own jewelry?
Well, I made these. Yeah, some. To be fair, I don't really wear a lot of jewelry. I mean, I don't wear a lot of rings because I have this thing right here that's over $2,000 that I don't like to scrape rings on. And I spend more time in front of this than I do like going out. So, I mean, sure, but not a whole lot.
Also, question, are the unique shapes and patterns pleasing? Like, I can make all sorts of unique shapes that no one will buy. That's
well,
from, Ian.
That really is, I would say that's design training. I went to Cal Arts. I mean, I had a very good art education. So, you know, learning aesthetics and learning, you know, what the monkey likes to see. Because in all reality, the human mind wants certain things. And there's certain perspectives, there's certain proportions, there's certain, like the brain likes symmetry, but it also finds symmetry boring once it finds symmetry. And so, you know, there's lots of weird little things that that, you know, color theory, blah, 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 these are all real things, you know. And so it just comes down to a little bit of education about design, you know, learning contrapposto, learning, you know, it's just learning a little bit about design, and that'll help you design forms that are good. But like I said, with things how they are today, I mean, geez, there's a lot of garbage that makes a lot of money, so who knows? But that's because someone told them it was good, not that they made a decision.
Could you elaborate on contrapposto? You haven't used it in this class, term-wise.
Contrapposto. Boop, boop, boop. Hips turned this way, chest turned this way, head turned that way. That S curve is contrapposto.
You've got Jimmy's asking, what do you plan to do if people stop wearing jewelry? There's so many little things like small watches.
Oh, I'm a sculptor. I mean, I make furniture. I make, you name it, I make it. Here, let's.
Business card holders.
Right, business card holders. There's all kinds
Glasses.
of stuff.
People will always
chairs.
want interesting stuff.
Yeah.
Toys, car packages. Oh no, wrong one. Art
It's
station.
limitless.
I mean, jewelry, chairs, bracelets, card holders, jewelry. Hold on, let's.
You know, it'd be cool is if you got commissioned to do the interior work on like a car, like a high-end car.
I did.
That would be cool.
We started doing a body package for a G-Wagon, a Mercedes G-Wagon. It was a lot like
Nice.
this, where bumpers looked like this, and it was cool. But the people I was working with are insane, so it blew up with COVID. Yeah, so that's furniture, jewelry, toys, you name it. I mean, the beauty of sculpting in ZBrush and having 3D printers is that can make anything.
Angelo's got a question. If you make a design in ZBrush, what can you do to protect the file before selling it to a company?
You mean, how do I protect myself, like copyright? Is that what you mean?
I think so.
Yeah, I think that's what he's getting at.
Well, a couple things. I save every model. While I'm working, I save every 30 minutes. So I have a complete history of the development of my models. 2, if the models are good, I'll trademark them. 3, honestly, well, if they're out of the country, there's just, you can't do a damn thing about it. There's nothing you can do. Yeah, you know, basically, if you take my stuff, I'll sue you. That's really how you protect yourself. But, you know, because I have every model, like from block up to through iteration, I can prove provenance by having an evolution of the part, where people who copy me are not going to be able to produce that. So that's the real safety thing. That's why I have 109 terabytes of drives.
Also, in that question, he's asking, the crux of his question is the fact that, what can I do to protect the file before selling it to a company? Once you sell it to a company, it's theirs. They've bought the rights from you. You have a contract with them. So
Yeah.
you're not protecting yourself anymore. That is their intellectual property. Now, if it is your stuff, then you need to do what Thomas does. But if you're working for a company and you are work for hire, where they are paying you by the hour to develop something, that is not your work. That is theirs, because they are paying you by the hour to do it. So
unless you don't sign a contract that says that.
Right. But even, if you don't sign the contract, but they can still, if they've got the deep pockets for it, they can sue you, because they can prove they paid you for this product if they have the history, the provenance of the emails, the thumbnails, the sign-offs, all that
If
stuff.
you were talking about how can you send someone an image of a model for approval and stuff, and not send them the model so they can't rip you off, I know that you used to, and I think you can still do it. You just have to convert the model to the universal. It's a 3D A file or something. Hold on, let's look at that real quick.
Yeah, you can screenshot it. You can
No. You can
also
embed an
usable,
OBJ into a PDF, I think.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Adding 3D models to PDFs. So if you have Acrobat, you can embed a 3D model into a PDF. And so they can rotate it around. They can actually slice it so they can look at wall thicknesses and stuff. But it's basically just a QuickTime VR file. There's no way for them to take that file. So I would say that's the best process right there, is opening creates 3D Acrobat, but
Also,
only from U3D ECMA files. I think you have to convert it to this UD3 ECMA file.
Also, that one bit of very important advice you gave us in class: never give them the 3D file till they have paid you for it.
Yeah, no, that's the big one. Never give anyone a model until they've paid for it, because the second they have the model, they can start producing it, and they do. They will rip you off, because people can suck.
Hey, Tomas, are you accepting new crits, or are we just working on the rows now?
Oh, you know what? I totally forgot. I've just been yappering. Sorry. Does
Felt like it's been a while.
Sure. Sorry, I can't even remember whose it was. Does that help? I've just been yabbing a dang long.
I think
Yeah.
that was Jeff. Hey, we were watching and learning a lot, man.
That's funny. I was like, oh yeah, crits. I haven't looked at that folder in a while. How are we doing over there? Okay, so these have all been seen, looked at today. Sure. Of course,
Was
I'll
that
take it.
Jimmy or Jeff's? I think that was Jimmy's.
Oh, well, that was everybody. So, yeah.
If there's no more grid files, could you just there are like 4 things on my ArtStation. So if you just 2 minutes, if you could just look at them, because I'm gonna include them in my portfolio, if that's all right with you.
Is it... Where'd it go?
It's open. It's the other tab. Maybe not.
Wasn't it right here? Is this it? Is this your...
I just put it in. Yeah, that's mine.
Okay. So you're just wondering if these are worth putting in your portfolio? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and keep in mind it's like a college application.
Yeah. We went to these. Yes.
What is your portfolio for? What are you aiming for?
I'm just unsure about whether I should do game development or animation, but yeah.
Well, I think all these are perfectly good to be in your portfolio. I would definitely work on some anatomy stuff though, because either one are going to want you to do anatomy. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
the parrot, I don't really know how to use fiber mesh, but I don't expect you to use fiber mesh either, so I'm just gonna look into it,
Yeah.
find some tutorials and stuff.
I would definitely, the only thing I'd say is, I mean, yeah, all of these could go into your portfolio. I would definitely work on some anatomy, and then something that's a little bit more complicated, hard surface model, maybe, something that
I have other hard surface
Oh,
model.
okay,
It's
okay.
just not here. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
on my. Yeah.
Yeah, no, of course these are fine. I would say that, like I said, work on some anatomy stuff because they are going to want to see it and they're going to expect it,
Yeah.
Unless you're going in to be like a background artist or something like that. But even then, What's going on over here? Boy, YouTube is just yabbering away, isn't it? Everybody chatty on YouTube tonight. Sometimes you don't even see a YouTube person. Yeah, no, without a question, I'd use them. I mean, honestly, a broader spectrum of parts, they're going to... The more you show you can do, the better off you are, I guess.
So if you just check the chat, there's a link there, and that's something hard surface I made recently.
Did that clip?
And you've also got a question here. Was thinking about getting a Quibi X Max 3D printer for making prototyping. What is your take on that printer?
What's it called?
QIDI space X dash MAX 3D printer.
It's FDM,
Oh.
which I think automatically sort of disqualifies it.
Yeah, I mean, end of the day, you really kind of want an SLA printer. The FDM just, I mean, if you're prototyping like motorcycle helmets, you can get away with it because you're going to spend a lot of time sanding it, right? But for anything that has to do with small parts or your you're not going to be pleased. I mean, I'm trying to think if there's a high detailed FDM. I mean, I guess technically,
Michael uses one that's I can't remember. He uses one he gets pretty good results out of.
yeah.
It's a Create 5, I believe is what it was. But still, I mean, it's not resin quality, but I mean, he does his models, you know, his roughs out in that for proofing for Freak Show.
Let's see what this thing's resolution is.
Also, we have another question, Master Thomas. Do you know of any concept or illustrators that do the same kind of streaming you do too?
Well, I know what kind of illustrators. Come on.
I think their website is just not. It wouldn't load for me either.
Well, if they can't
Well, that should tell you
get
something
their
about the
website
product.
to work, I would say I wouldn't trust their software.
But generally for FDM printers, you don't really see resolution sort of
No.
in that metric. You see nozzle size, which this one has a 0.4 millimeter, which is pretty standard for FDM. My FDM printer has a 0.2 and a 0.4, and I still couldn't get
No.
100 micron resolution out of it.
Yeah, and 100 microns like sculpting with a baseball bat. At least in my opinion. Excuse me.
If you were making like character models, like D&D figures, they're okay. But if it's for jewelry specifically,
I
Yeah,
make some
Mike-
pretty detailed D&D characters.
Yeah, the presenter Mike Thompson, he uses that Create, and like I said, he does the big things though. So, yeah, he's not going down little into fine detail like jewelry like you do.
Yeah, no, I mean, this looks great. Once again, just make sure that you have just the pictures of the models as well, because renderings and stuff really hide issues with models. So having just a plain model is
You mean
really
like
beneficial.
grayscale?
Yeah, exactly.
There's another render on my profile, but yeah, it's there. So
Cool.
cool.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Someone's asking, can you get portfolio critiques?
It really depends. I mean, I can. I'm willing to help and do what I can do, but I'm pretty specifically manufacturing. And so when it comes, like, I can tell you what I think of the work, but if it comes down to what does a gaming studio want versus what an animation studio wants, I'm not really the best person to do that. I mean, I can tell you what I think artistically and technically of the parts without a question. But I think that, if it's like, hey, what else do I need in this portfolio thing? I think there's some better people on the streams. Just people who work at gaming or film, because I do manufacturing. So what I look for in a portfolio is a little different than what, a gaming or a film, you know what I mean? I think you have an idea what I'm talking about, right? Okay. I like your tree.
Or
Looks
you
like
mean me or the actual tree?
the actual tree.
Because I'm fairly tall.
You are very tall, actually. Holy hell, how tall are you?
6'5" or something.
Yeah, something, 6'5", 8'2", yeah, in a foot there.
Wowzer.
Holy Hannah. I would say that someone made your legs too long there, buddy. I'm like, well, it's in proportion, I guess, but these legs are a little
Hey,
long.
don't be mean.
I'm not picking on him.
Don't be mean.
No, I'm not being mean. I was playing with him. It's called humor. I didn't say his head was too small. See? I was being nice.
Bare minimum.
Yeah, no, definitely include the grays. No, they look good. I mean, once again, it just comes down to get as much as you can, and definitely get some anatomy.
I might apply to CalArts as well. So, is there something particular they look for, or?
Well, it's funny because when I was at CalArts, here we go. I'm going to date myself. There was no computer. It was all hand-drawn animation. And, yeah.
How long back was that?
I graduated in 90, I think.
Yeah, I wasn't even there. Like, I did not exist till then.
Yes. Yes. Oh, great. You're saying I could be your father. It's true. Luke, I could be your father. Yeah, so, I bet, if we could ask Dave, if someone reminds me next week, or I have to, actually, I'm going to probably talk to him tomorrow. Let me ask him, because Dave is doing a lot of, so all of my roommates at CalArts, we had split dorms. They're all animators, so they'd be able to tell me what they're looking for. Email me and remind me, and I'll give you a little bit more insight on that. Because, like I said,
Okay.
It's nothing that I do. You know what I mean? Like, I worked in feature films,
Yeah.
but we sculpted Batmobiles. Looking for a different thing.
You
but yeah,
sculpted a Batmobile? What?
yeah, I worked in the film industry for
No, you sculpted the Batmobile. That's what you're saying?
2 of them. Yeah, I was on the, a few of us sculpted it, but yeah.
Oh, okay.
And
I know which one it was.
Godzillas and species monsters and all kinds of crap. I did a lot of sculpting. But if you email me, I will happily, ask that for you.
Yeah, definitely.
Sure. Okay. Let us go to here. And there's someone uploaded something.
Oh yay! Was it the Tim Burton Batman? The Batmobile you sculpted on.
No, that was too early. It was the other two
The George Clooney one, or
before that. You're forgetting people.
I just remember. Yeah, let's say the one in between. I'm just remembering the ribs on the thing. I'm like, that would be up Thomas's style, right?
That was it. Val Kilmer. We did Batman and Robin and Batman Forever.
Hooah!
All right, Elliot. And I don't know. Doesn't my art station have that on it? Let's go art station. And I know this isn't the full list, but
Yeah, knowing your style of sculpting, when you mention a movie or a series of movies that you were somewhere in, makes it very easy to figure out and or point or see the influence that you put into it.
it's really funny. Someone told me the other day I worked on like 25 films, and this is not 25 lists. I can't remember.
that your IDBM?
No, this is ArtStation. Oh, Elliot's downloading. Let's see. Download. Oh, we have to extract. Oh, is Minority Report not up there? $1 Million Hotel. See, there's stuff on here. Oh, is Viva Rock Vegas not up there? There are a few of them. All right, let's load tool. Downloads. Boop doo boop. Boop. Okay. So first things first. The hands, what do we have here? Yeah, I think our head's a little small. Let us do this. Where are we? Lazy Nazumi. This is one nice thing about Lazy Nazumi I like. Where are you? Boop. Boop. Get down here. Where's that? There we go. So we could see something here. So annoying. All right. Yeah. Head's a wee bit small. So, few things here. Now, once again, yeah, Lazy Nazumi's awesome. So your legs are a little far out. Hips kind of split here, right? Ribs. Shoulders are a little wide.
I just look away for a second, and there's a whole sculpted person there.
Well, I didn't do it. And I think that your torso is a little long, your legs a little short. Good night, Jeff. See ya. So the ribs. So, were you here when we were talking about the book Sculpting for Sculpting for Sculptors? Anatomy for Sculptors?
Really? Sculpting for sculptors?
Yeah, Sculpting for Sculptors. It's a pretty good one. Anatomy for Sculptors.
Link is posted.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we got a question for this model. What res/dynamesh level do you think would be necessary to begin a face? I've been putting it off as res is a bit low and bought.
Well, the res is super low. Well, especially for how I work. See, I work differently than this. Where is? Hold on. Let me see.
You can also cut the head off, bring its res up, right? And then
Yeah, of course.
Later, yeah.
Hold on. Where is?
Casually murder the model.
What's that?
Casually murdering your model.
Yeah.
Where do you see?
Well,
everything?
that way, then you don't have the resolution problem. You've lowered it at least.
Yeah, whatever. Catfish. Do I really not have? How is that not here? Hold on. Search everything. It's weird. I just wanted to show you. Well, that's weirder than hell, honestly. See, it's not searching everything. I have to index this bad boy. You see. Where does it? Oh, did it just take that long to? No, that's not. Oh, here. Come on. So you can see that, like I had a base body, and then this was for beta. I was doing scale test, so she's only from one angle. But I did the face and symmetry first. Like I cut off her face, added symmetry, and then tilted it. But like this face has 10 million polys, right? So so I got her posed, and then cut off her head. And then added a tail. Right, but you can see she sort of had her pose there, and then I just turned that into a cattail. But yeah, it was, you can see I tried different things with the face. It was like, okay, well, should I have that? That was just too weird. We brought it back to her natural jawline instead of getting a furry jawline. So I tend to work with it in parts, like where are her arms? And so, yeah, see, posed one arm, posed the other arm. In this way, I just kind of creeped up on the model, you know. And that allowed me to just futz with it and get it there. But that's the big key, is being able to like get her in the rough pose, and then you can see I just chopped the arms, chopped the head, and then worked on each part. But you can see that, like, how I deal with the anatomy. Come on. Are these not different poly groups? Bastards. Okay. You can see I deal with it in planes first. I get my position, get it kind of right. I wasn't even futzing with the hand. I was just working with the pose of the hand. And then you just get more and more detailed. But I think that this guy's book is super good, because what it'll do is, let's go to, I just want let's show you this again, because I think that this is a really good way to learn, you your proportions and where everything's at. Because what he does is he takes things, breaks it up into simple forms. But see, this is David's arm. And so you can see how he's breaking the model up in planes. Come on. Really? Come on. There we go. But see, he's giving you your basic shape. He's showing you the filler shape. He's showing you the muscle form. In planes, he's showing you the skeletal system. He shows you this, and then sort of at finish. But what's interesting is he gives you the muscles and such, and it's really nice. But what's cool about it is that he's actually doing it on the body. So instead of someone sculpting and getting a body that may be right, may be wrong, he's breaking the body up from a photograph so you can actually see what's happening, right? You can see this muscle contracting, the deltoid pinching under and tapering up. You know, these are very good ways of looking, right? See, he's breaking it down into planes, and then you break the planes in the muscle planes, and then you soften that and you get the reality of the situation, right? And so I just think that I think these are a really good way to kind of start to wrap your head around anatomy. And see, remember when we were talking about contrapposto and the stuff, like what happens when the torso and the hips happen? Boom. Oh, it dives in and pinches out. See? An S shape. Right? He really gives you the breakdown of the muscles in the form. So I think that, here's the face. It's another good example. See, he's breaking down into planes of what's diving over and under. Right? And these are really good things to kind of wrap your head around, because these planes are basically muscle forms, but it gives you he just gives you a really good planular concept of how things are built and work. And it's super nice, and I think that could help you, because like I said, you're just a little squirrely. So what I would do to do the head is I would duplicate this, cut it, and go. Now, I work at really high resolution. I mean, I want my head to be 10 to 14 million polys because I want to be able to sculpt, right? So I'm going to come in.
Hey, Thomas, you got a question. Can you save a ZBrush file to a G-code file? That would be a machining language.
No,
for
that's for milling, yeah.
There is a plugin for that.
Yeah, but it's I don't think it actually writes G-code. I think it's more. I don't think that's what that plugin does. I think that plugin basically does step. Hold on, let's look. What time is it? Oh shit, 2:30. Okay.
Oh yeah, 2 a.m. warning.
You're a half hour late for that 2 a.m. warning.
2 a.m. warning, everybody. 2 a.m. warning.
Pixel.
I just posted the link.
Oh. Fine.
This ZBrush plugin automatically automates ZBrush processes so you can create models for CNC milling. There's a difference. G-code and milling, there's a difference there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think it writes G-code. See, I think it's more for planning milling.
Yeah, if you're doing like a 5th axis machine or anything more than just your X and Y, where you're doing different.
There is,
Capable
I mean, there
of doing
is conversions. It's like STL to G code. Step 1, download a conversion tool. Thanks. STL to G code, how to convert. Open source 3D printing toolbox. Is AutoCAD still free? What was that thing called?
No, AutoCAD is not free.
No, not AutoCAD. They have a...
Oh, their conversion plugin?
I think they had one, didn't they? Mm.
There's a conversion thing, because I know Games Workshop, that's how they use their things. They do that, and then they convert it over, and then they machine it, but they use an electric static
Yeah.
process.
It's, yeah. It like just does little shocks and it evaporates metal and drops in. But they're making metal molds, right?
Right. Yeah,
Yeah.
that thing is sexy. Oh my god.
Yeah, they're cool. They're very cool.
But all their stuff is also, they use the drafts, to make the mold. So everything is got that. They've got the
draft
required
angles.
straight in things. Yeah. So and that's all. So I don't know how that works, but there's got to be a conversion.
You should try with Mesh Enable plugin for Inventor.
So Inventor is a subset of AutoCAD, whatever number they are.
Yeah.
It's a suite that's built into it that you have to purchase separately.
Or get a student or educator.
Right. Go to a Votech school in your area, sign up for an AutoCAD class. You'll get your student license, good for 2 years. Then you can download all those to help you do that.
Or call them, convince them you're a teacher, and it's good for a long time.
But then you have to pay money to enroll in that class. So how much of a discount do you really get?
Well,
it's free,
it depends
isn't
on
it?
the class. Yeah, I for my AutoCAD class was like $150. So if you want to compare that, the price of AutoCAD per month is like $450. Not to mention the Inventor Suite you would have to pay for, and that's monthly. If you do it yearly, you're looking at $7,000 $7,000 a year for AutoCAD plus the cost for Inventor. So for $150, you get a 2-year student license. That's good for 2 years. So I think it weighs out in the end.
That does seem pretty solid.
I'm just wondering if they give me.
Oh no, it's $1,600 a month. Look at that. Or is that? That's a.
It cannot be a month.
There's no way that's for a month.
It's AutoCAD. Yeah, it can. Those guys are greedy.
What is? Do you see?
It's a year. It says year.
Yeah, it's a year. But I'm trying to see, where does it show you?
Student discounts?
No, I'm looking for products. That's what I'm looking for. I'm just wondering if I have an Inventor in my thingy. No, my products. AutoCAD, Inchworks, Insight, Recap. I think I have to get a different. So those are all the things they give you with the educator license. I think that those are different products, so they you have to sign up for them differently. But what I was looking for, the mill thing is what I was actually looking for. AutoCAD milling. Fusion 360, CAD CAM for machinist. I have that.
Saeed saying you want G-code equations for use with the CNC machine. Is that what he's asking?
Power mill. I think that this is the piece of software that has everything. And I think it is called Power Mill. I mean, they have... Yeah, Power Mill. Yeah, and see, it shows you all your paths, your cutting times. And I think you just import an STL here and it turns it into G-code. Can I change Autodesk Power Ultimate license to a training license? Whatever. Okay. Ooh. So, chop the head. Does this have subdivision levels? Nah, you don't have to worry about it then. Boop. Take the head about there. Split unmasked points. Close holes. And now you're, what was, oh, feet and hands were set. I was like, what? Oh, first thing, duplicate. Now, close holes. Come back up in here. Uh-oh. It's the head. Yeah. Duplicated the wrong one. Duplicate. Take her head. Undo. Undo. There we go. Now you have the head. I would take target polygons down to 0.1. Turn adaptive off. Turn symmetry on. ZBrush. We'll then divide this up some. Turn that head on. Project all. Turn that head off. Yeah. High-res. Divide, 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 divide. Start at 3 million maybe. Right? Just think about it in planes. Center of the eyes, edge of the mouth. Do, 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 do. Dun, dun, dun. And just start to go at it. Right.
Are we supposed to give you like a 2:30 warning?
He gave the 2 o'clock warning at 2:30.
2 o'clock. It's 2 a.m. Morning. It's 2 a.m. Everybody.
Yeah, it's still 2 a.m.
Pacific.
True.
I think a little further west of the Pacific, even.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe
Yeah.
Hawaii. Right.
I'm gonna be
It's 3 a.m. elsewhere. 3:36 a.m.
To
that
be
open?
fair,
30 here.
to be fair,
Cat's
it's
time,
every
5.
time somewhere.
That's
Are you
right.
going to sleep tonight?
Am I going to sleep tonight?
Yeah.
Yeah. We're going to end this fairly soon because I need to
Pass out.
be productive tomorrow.
Get some Thai food.
It's a little late for Thai food.
I
You
want
never
Thai
know.
food.
There's a truck somewhere that's open.
Not around me.
Well, wouldn't that be cool?
What if I had a Thai truck
What are you
somewhere
doing
around
to
here?
your ears?
24-hour Thai truck.
That'd be nice.
I like his horns.
It's a her.
I like her horns.
I don't know. Did that make sense at all? I'm sorry, it's getting late. I'm like,
Now you're all hopped up on the meds.
I wish. I'd be awake if I was hopped up on the meds.
I could go take mine soon.
Depends on what kind of meds we're talking about.
For the pain.
Once again, depends on what kind of meds we're talking about.
Oh,
Are you guys okay?
Isn't ketamine for pain? That's what I heard.
Yes, my wife was on that at one point.
Yay, team.
Tomas, you've left me on red for like 3 days.
What's that?
You left me on red for like 3 days.
Oh man, I went home. I passed out. I didn't turn my phone back on. I was like, I am actually taking a weekend. Sorry, guys. You'll get to cope. I was like, nope. I need
that's valid.
I need some time to think. My poor brain was just like, squeak. I'm sorry. It wasn't personal. I left everyone unread for 3 days.
Side's asking, I have a little bit of problem with caricature models. How can I pass it?
You know what? Actually, I think that Ryan has a class right now about doing caricature. It's really just a bunch of different views and making sure you're trying to track your views. Yeah, there's some tricks to it.
That's a vertex class, right?
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken. I think he's still doing that. Didn't I see a post or something about it?
I'll go look real quick.
It's very depressed. It's got these cheekbones.
I don't see a character one in the workshops. I see the stylized characters.
No, it was something to do with portraits.
You got facial or character facial character. Dang it! Character facial sculpting. That's another.
Say, let me. I don't know. Yeah, I have to. I know Ryan did a class. There you go.
Straight out of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Yeah, there's nothing even on the on-demand stuff for a caricature.
Where did I see that? That's interesting. I thought Ryan was talking about it. Whatever. I'll look for you, Saeed. Yeah, sorry. I think I'm wrapping up. I've now just gone to the point of meandering. I don't know if I'm helping anyone. Actually, your gorilla's pretty good though.
You're just working your inner demons now.
Jesus.
This is not the face that he carved. That was my doing. All right. I think I might be done. Sorry you came last.
How long were you streaming for today?
What's that?
How long were you streaming for today?
I think
Since
10. 8.
Oh.
Since
8
10.
your time. Well, 10
Yeah.
my time. 8 your time.
Yeah, about 8 hours.
Oh. I'm totally decapitating your gorilla now.
Point of principles. There's principalities.
The principalities. So Portrait Site is doing a lot of this crap. You get your profiles, you get your depths, and you just keep pushing and poking until you get to where it does what it's supposed to do. Surprised.
Very more feminine there, yeah.
Tomas, you should go to bed.
You think?
Yeah.
It's so much fun.
Yeah, but when was the last time you slept?
This morning. Actually, I slept all weekend.
Yesterday morning, Tomas.
Oh yeah, that one. All right, fine. Yes. Oh yeah, yesterday
Sleep
morning.
is for the weak. Sleep is for the weak.
And I am very weak.
Or if you just had surgery, you got plenty of sleep there too. Besides, you know he's gonna go home, go to sleep for about 30 minutes, then get back up and come back to where he's at.
No. Tomorrow I'm at home. I've got videos to make.
Yeah. Any quick advice for a student who can't stop smoothing?
Stop smoothing. Yeah, it's really just. It is really. Don't be afraid to put texture on things.
And keep your subdivision levels so that you know you can smooth when you need to.
Yeah, that's a big one. Keep your subdivision levels. Don't get caught in Dynamesh land.
Yeah, you just gotta remember, man, not everything in life is smooth. Only man-made objects are smooth. And
then
rocks
only
that have been
anal
polished.
ones.
Yeah, and then rocks that have been polished by water, anything that's been eroded by water gets smooth eventually, but even then there's a texture. But yeah, man-made objects only are smooth.
Frogs.
Frogs are smooth.
Frogs
Frogs
are
pretty smooth.
smooth. There's still a texture to them though.
Smooth.
Go to bed, Tomas.
Smooth. It's smooth. Froggy smooth.
Cat's asking any advice. Well, Cat, you're on channel. Open up and ask. Goofball.
What's she asking?
Oh, she might not be able to. Okay, Cat is asking any advice for a mesh that won't ZBrush or Dynamesh. I have tiny little creases and holes that are driving me crazy. Ooh,
Did
that's a
that
good
work?
question, yeah. We can hear you
Hi.
now.
Good morning. You're still up. I'm getting up. I have laid out this mesh, and it's got all these, in this one area, all these little holes, and every time I go to work it there, I felt like I needed a remesh or Dynamesh, and you know me with all that. And I tried, and my machine just can't do it. And is there anything, or what do you do in that scenario? Does that make sense?
What do you do when
I wish
you
I could
can't?
show a picture. Yeah, it just won't. And I've tried to remesh. I've tried to Dynamesh. I feel like my mesh is broken in that area. There's something wrong with the.
Well, you probably had two meshes sitting on top of one another, and that's when it blew through. I would just Dynamesh it really low. Well,
Okay.
duplicate it. Dynamesh it at like 500 or whatever. Just Dynamesh the poo out of it so it's really, really low. And then ZBrush that, divide it, reproject.
Okay.
Close holes?
Yeah, have you closed
Yeah, I
holes?
did close holes. It didn't seem to.
Yeah, if you get it down to the low subdivision and do it there, you might also be able to use ZRemodeler to fix the little holes, possibly.
Okay.
But it's got to have no subdivisions.
No subdivision.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
but
why I said Dynamesh
yeah,
it low.
yeah.
And then Dynamesh it low, and then ZBrush it. That's gonna.
It doesn't have a lot of detail yet. Would you delete lower or delete higher when you get rid of delete lower to get rid of the
delete higher.
subdivisions first? Or delete higher.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it'll just reach across that and just grab it and adhere, right, Thomas?
Yeah, it should. Exactly.
Awesome. 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 Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you for being such a night owl that when I wake up in the morning and start working,
Isn't that lovely?
you guys are still here.
Isn't
I
that
actually slept.
great? Isn't that great? It'll be great.
It's so
Mm.
Tomas is within an inch of his life.
All right.
That looks awesome.
That looks silly, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we looking at the same thing?
Better than I can do right now.
It's better than I can do too.
no, it's purely silliness. EQ is just like, dude.
But if you
It
look
looked like
at
he
the
just
book,
wiggled his ears.
Elliot's like, dude, I had real questions for you, and all you did was turn my model into a weird thing.
you didn't cut the head off his gorilla.
That's true.
And didn't carve his name into its eye, which I've seen before.
I've done that too. That's an important lesson, though.
No, it's not.
Of course it is. Showing that you can get really small text is a very important lesson. It just so happened in someone's eye at one point.
That's not good.
Sure. It's not your eye.
And if you get that face sculpting book, if you look at it, you can see everything he's done right there for the facial structure.
Yeah,
Is that
except,
an advertisement?
except anatomically correct.
No, I was just saying you start to learn to see these things. And
Right, you realize, okay, well, the cheek's actually back here because this is that bone of the skull, right? So that's back
Is
here.
it just me, or is he throwing a little blue steel at us? I mean, I'm seeing some blue still. The cheekbones and the lips.
The pout. Yeah, the little pout.
It's
Right.
got a little poochy lip. He's blue
And his-
steel, and there it is. That was the blue steel.
Yeah, his eyebrows have got to go up just a little there. Just to.
One. Not both. Yeah, but his eye. Hold on, we gotta.
Models died in a tragic gasoline fight accident.
That was.
You
So
look
fun.
lovely.
Best scene in a movie ever.
Yes.
Maybe not ever, but it was a good one.
Whoa. That focal shift's kind of an important part of that tool.
That reminds me of The Rock doing Blue Steel.
The Rock's rounder than that.
Yes, he is. But that's how, his eyebrow hikes like that.
Imagine being known for your eyebrow.
Right?
That and your peck pops of love.
Ah,
Sorry, I'm throwing down all the movie
There you
references.
go.
Not sure why. It's what happens at 5.
Right?
Wait,
Oh, it's almost
yeah,
3. Wait, it's it's 3. Okay.
6, I mean. Yeah, sorry.
You need to go to bed.
What?
It's time for
Go
me
to
to
bed!
start my day and you guys to actually get some sleep.
I'm gonna
EQ's
sleep
like,
in
what are
until
you
1
doing
a.m.
to my face?
What the hell? Now, I definitely look like a dude. Okie dokie. It has been
She's also
fun.
got tongues attached
I
to her
don't know if I helped you at all, EQ, because, well, it's late. And I got silly. All right, kind and gentle folk. It has been a goodly. Hopefully someone learned something. Yeah. I'd like to thank Pixologic and Kyle and everyone in there, and Ulfer for not, kicking me off the stream yet because I'm a lunatic, and, yeah. What else we got there? If you don't have Pixologic, or if you don't have ZBrush, you can download a free copy of ZBrush. I think it's a 30-day trial now. Yeah, got nothing. All right. Oh, yeah. Join me on Instagram and all that stuff. Yeah. Hello to France. Okay.
France.
What's that?
I was just saying hi to France. Bye to Australia. Good
Good
night and good
man.
morning, everyone.
Right. Okie
Hello,
dokie.
France.
I'm done.
Wait, somebody wants to attach to your Instagram. Isn't it like TS Wittelsbach?
Everything's TS Wittelsbach, yeah. Facebook, Instagram, ArtStation, all that stuff's TS Wittelsbach. Also, if you want to go here, Pixologic, ZBrush Live, presenters. So these are all of the presenters on.
It's you.
That wasn't it. Hold on.
No, that's the top of the page now.
These are all the presenters. Where's the scroll bar? Oh, damn it.
Off
There.
to the side.
I can't find it. So these are the presenters. These are links to some of their social medias. Of course, Pavlich has everything in its friggin' brother 100 times. I don't have my YouTube up there.
Use your mouse wheel, man.
I don't have a... Who has a mouse?
Oh, yeah, that's
What?
right. Ah,
Look through here. Find people's work you like. Join them. Watch them. They're awesome. Mike Thompson is a badass. Actually, you know, pretty much everyone here is a badass. Anna's a badass. All of them badass. Badass. And they've been adding some really cool, wonderful people. It's cool. It's good. Look at all these people. It's amazing. Look at that. Look at all those people. It's crazy talk. Okay. Yep, I think that's it. Steve Lord. Oh, I think he's gonna start podcasting for us. Steve
cool.
is awesome. I went to school with Steve. And you want to talk about anatomy? Ugh, he is so good. Look at that. What the hell? He is awesome. You want to learn about anatomy? He's awesome.
he's the anatomy tools guy, right?
No.
Oh,
But he has sold his
that horse is on their site.
yeah. Is it? He might sell through them.
Yeah, if you go to the menu down to animals, yeah, that horse is the only thing they have right now.
He did a
As far
lion
as
that he sold for a while, and a dog. He's a super talented. Steve's great, and he has a much better profile picture than me. Look at him. He looks like a Sith Lord or something. He's Sith Lord, not Steve Lord. All right, that's enough.
Stay classy, Burbank.
Yeah, right, exactly. Okay, kind and gentle folk, I will see you next week. If, this whole coast doesn't burn to the ground or riots
We're
burn
not
something to the
actively on
ground.
fire anymore.
Huh?
We're not actively on fire anymore.
No, we're not.
Wait for
I
it.
am. I still am. New ones, actually, as of this morning. Sonoma and...
Yeah, actually, it already did like
Another
300,000 acres or something, didn't it? The new one,
Yeah.
went in, or what, 30, Jesus.
It's enough. It's enough that I can't go in my yard because I instantly get a headache from all the smoke.
Nice. It's
Sonoma,
beautiful.
all the grapes.
Yes.
Yeah, that's wine country.
That's where, yeah.
Oh, burn the grapes!
Oh, they already got, what was it? The one that starts with a B, Belter, I can't remember. My
Yeah, I don't know.
ex's
It's pretty
family
boring.
used to have a house in Santa Rosa, which is Sonoma. And the last big fire burned their house down, so I don't know if anything's there anymore. Very sad, because they lost all their art. All right, I'm out.
Fun with everything.
I'm talking about fires. Oh my
On a
God.
high note.
Signing off.
Okay.
Stay classy.
Cha-cha.